If you've been watching meetings lately, you'll know that we start out with some kind of poem or quote or some reading, and some of them lead us to be relentlessly made fun of, and that's fine. I've had one in my back pocket in case I didn't think of one for a while, but I thought tonight was a good time to use it because we're going to talk about public comment later. And I want to preface this by saying it's not intended to be any type of lecture or lesson for anyone, but it is an Aesop's fable, and I love those so much. This is The North Wind and the Sun. The North Wind and the Sun had a quarrel about which of them was the stronger. While they were disputing with much heat and bluster, a traveler passed along the road, wrapped in a cloak. "Let us agree," said the Sun, "that he is the stronger who can strip that traveler of his cloak." "Very well," growled the North Wind, and at once sent out a cold, howling blast against the traveler. With the first gust of wind, the ends of the cloak whipped about the traveler's body, but he immediately wrapped it closely around him, and the harder the wind blew, the tighter he held it to him. The North Wind tore angrily at the cloak, but all his efforts were in vain. The sun then began to shine. At first his beams were gentle, and in the pleasant warmth after the bitter cold of the North Wind, the traveler unfastened his cloak and let it hang loosely from his shoulders. The sun's rays grew warmer and warmer. The man took off his cap and mopped his brow. At last he became so heated that he pulled off his cloak and, to escape the blazing sunshine, threw himself down in the welcome shade of a tree by the roadside. Offered without comment. On to item number 2 from our agenda, meeting logistics. To help us have a welcoming, respectful, and productive meeting, let's begin with a few shared norms. We want to understand who is participating in the discussion, so please display your first and last name if you're joining remotely. And whenever you speak, whether remotely or in the room, please begin by stating your name and where you live. We want everyone to have the opportunity to speak if they so wish. So let's please keep our comments to the allotted time, whatever that is, at any given moment, and focus our remarks on the agenda item under discussion whenever that is applicable. We want our respectful and constructive dialogue. We want our dialogue to be respectful and constructive. So please focus your comments on policies and decisions and ideas rather than individuals. And let's keep our thoughts about someone else's character or intent, either to ourselves or to some other form. We want an organized and accessible meeting, so the speakers need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. And if you have several questions, please ask them together. And finally, we want the council to be able to complete the public's business in an orderly way. So the rules of procedure in the agenda packet will guide the meeting and may be applied as needed to keep the meeting moving and ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to participate. So thank you everyone for participating in the democratic process and for helping us create a meeting where everyone can be heard and where the community's business can be conducted respectfully and effectively. On to item number 3, we're going to approve the agenda. If there is no objection, the agenda will be approved by unanimous consent. Yes, sir. Councilor Sheridan.
Just something for John on the minutes. Go ahead, Kelly Murphy.
You're kidding.
No,
Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you.
no problem.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Good catch.
I'll say about the minutes, I found them particularly poetic this time. I enjoyed the prose. It's nice. I didn't catch the Kelly, but
I've always said, and I'm going to stick to this, that the last set of minutes I do when I retire from this is going to be in the form of an epic poem. And I'm sticking to that.
Great. May you serve a long time. If there are no objections other than the correction to the minutes, seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. We'll now move on to step 4, or agenda item number 4, general business and appearances. So during this time, any member of the public may speak on any topic that they wish, and we are limiting comments to 5 minutes. One change from before is that being back in this room, I'm going to operate the timer. And so here it is. This just counts down the time. First, we'll start in the room. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on any subject at all? Oh, look.
I hear that start prematurely.
No, sir. I'll let you know when it is starting.
I'll let you pass these around in case I don't get a chance to speak when this agenda item comes up. But those are relevant to your public comment discussion. What I call this is conspiracy of silence. That I want to name something before I give you examples. Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. This council has developed an institutional reflex, learned, practiced, and now deeply embedded of tolerating, marginalizing, and suppressing years of informed, well-researched public comment from others and myself. Not passively, actively, by not scheduling, by not asking the questions, by not letting staff absorb the warning and return nothing. That reflex is itself a problem I'm here to describe, and it's having consequences that go far beyond any single issue I've raised. Citizen engagement erodes when informed comment is systematically ignored. Employees who care about doing the work correctly learn that institutional integrity is not valued here and leave. Developers and investors read the quality of our decision-making and what you maintain, what you let fall apart, and what questions you refuse to ask. Montpelier has earned a reputation. No amount of zoning amendments or district overlay fixes or can fix a governance culture. 5 examples: the urgent needs certification. On her second day in office, city manager signed a federal urgent needs certification attesting to facts that the city's own documents contradict. The Country Club Road condition is of recent origin, poses a serious and immediate threat, and that no other funding is available. All 4 required showings contradicted by the city's own record. I've written to HUD. You've heard about that numerous times. The North Branch Knoll, the city's sign shop spent time and public money fabricating signs reading electrical hazard to justify barricades restricting public assembly on public land without ordinance authority, without a council vote. There was no electrical hazard. The barricades also blocked the emergency disconnect switch for the EV chargers, creating the actual safety hazard the signs claim to prevent. I've raised this issue multiple times. The barricades are still there. The council has never scheduled it for discussion or vote. City Hall is locked. City manager's office. Last year, somebody, possibly an unhoused person, walked into the city manager's office and picked up a pair of scissors from the desk. No threat was made. The administrative response was to permanently lock the city manager's office and require appointments. That decision was made by acting city manager Kelly Murphy and has been maintained since by Kelly Curry and now acting city manager Prim. It's never been presented to the council. It's never been voted on. It has no ordinance basis. And because the assessor's office, where the public has a statutory right to inspect the grand list and access is accessible only through the city manager's suite, that statutory right has been suspended as well by administrative fiat. 1 pair of scissors, permanent lockdown, no council authorization, no legal analysis, no vote. The pole in the road. Oh yeah, that's probably in that same pile. Last evening, I photographed a new utility pole set by Green Mountain Power in the travel lane of East State Street, in the road, 4 inches on the outside of the curb, on a legally unestablished right of way, without complete streets review, without design approval. After I warned the city manager in writing multiple times, raised it with the council, May 21, May 28, June 6. That pole installation was premature, non-compliant. 3 warnings, no response. The work continued yesterday. Every pole set today is another pole that costs money to relocate. Council hasn't responded. The capital budget and program. Vermont law requires a 5-year capital budget and program prepared by the Planning Commission. Montpelier doesn't have one. I've been raising this for more than 2 years. On July 16th of 2025, acting city manager Murphy said on the record, our intention is to make sure that we're in compliance with the law. So we are working on that. That was 11 months ago. The growth center was revoked prior to that for that reason. 40 acres of Country Club Road, no master plan, no capital budget. What this costs. This week, a Pennsylvania resident who spent summers here for 17 years told me about a visiting investor assessment of Montpelier. He said, quote, I would never put a dime here. Look at how they maintain their infrastructure. Look at how they let their place fall apart. He'd not read a single document that I filed. He could see it from the street. Capital reads institutional dysfunction. Federal agencies read administrative records. Employees read whether their concerns matter. Citizens read whether showing up here accomplishes anything. I've got recommended actions, but I have little faith that you'll put them to good use.
Well,
I have a photo of the pole in the street as well.
thank you for your comments.
Think about the liability of somebody driving into it.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to share thoughts or comments? Okay, is there, Councilor Sheridan?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Public Works because they did a lot of work in my neighborhood. I went out and talked to them and I had more than one of them say, this is the worst section of street we have ever seen in this, worked on in the city. So they thanked me for bringing it to their attention. Zach came up, they were going to do something and he changed it. So they took it all right out, leveled it, put on new asphalt. Everybody's happy up there. Honestly, if a wheelchair would have gone through there, would have tipped over easily. So I want to just, they did a great job. I watched them and I want to also shout out to Zach for making the trip up there. He walked around the neighborhood and he took care of a number of things. So good job, guys.
All right, thank you, Councilor Sheridan. We're going to go to Zoom. We'll go in this order, Mr. Goldman, Mr. Bellini, and then Mr. Kelman, and then we'll assess the situation after that. Before you begin online, you'll may be happy to know that we've found a new sound for the end of the timer. So if it goes off, it doesn't sound like you're being brushed off of the stage at the Oscars. It's a quick beep. You want to run a 2 or 3 second timer so we can just hear that? All right, it's much less obtrusive. However, it's also easily unnoticed. So I wanted to just draw your attention to that. Thank you. Mr. Goldman, if you'd like, go ahead and proceed with your comments.
Good evening to everybody and congratulations on being back in City Hall. It is so good to see you all there. It is, I have a big smile on my face. Hey, mine will be short. It's a bit of an irony. So we're going to discuss later in the evening public participation. At that moment, for that time, right now we're still under the old policy. Can we participate for that one comment period? Or do I need to give my comments now and there'll be no participation during that one particular item? That's my question, everybody. And I would also say I enjoyed your poem very much. It was powerful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. If you want to stick around, I do imagine we may take some public comment when we talk about public comment. Mr. Bellini, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I too am glad that you're back in City Hall where you belong. And I wasn't going to comment, but I heard something and now I just want to say, I think the glass is half full in Montpelier. I don't view it as headed in a negative direction, fraught with all these issues that come up. I think it feels better to me. I've lived here, since before most of you were born. And I like it. I think you guys are doing a good job. I think the city council has the intellectual horsepower to achieve a lot of things. I noticed in Burlington, there's a little less pressure on rents and finding housing because they're building housing. So whatever you do up at Country Club Road and maybe more places, I hope you're swift. I hope you do it. I don't really have an opinion on whether it should be single family houses or condominiums. I'm not a real estate developer. I do think that there should be a bias towards home ownership, because if you own something, you take good care of it. And we've got a lot of high taxes. We need more taxpayers. And so whatever you do for that, hopefully the owner of the property, be it a corporation or an individual, if they pay taxes, that's good for all of us. And finally, I still like the Marcus Aurelius quote, Mr. Mayor. So thank you.
Thanks. You want to remind us what the Marcus Aurelius quote was?
Oh, no, I can't remember it. I can only remember the emotion that went with it. I said, oh, Marcus Aurelius. I haven't heard that in 50 years. Well, there you go. I'll leave you with a JFK. The time to fix the roof is when the sun shines.
Okay, well said. All right, thank you. Mr. Kelman.
Well, if we are going to be able to make comments when you're discussing public comments, I won't make any comment about that now. I do want to talk for a moment about the transit center. I would strongly recommend that you not act on this, that you table this until the city manager has returned and is able to look at the possibility of using the city center, the transit center for more than it is used now. To say that the transit center is underutilized is an incredible understatement. It's incredibly underutilized, and it's almost not utilized at all by the city. And yet the taxpayers paid for the bond, I think 2 bonds that went into its building, not directly, but in various complicated ways that I can't even follow today. That is a resource right in the middle of town that could be used for a lot of things, especially things related to the need for public bathrooms, not just during Green Mountain Power Transit office hours, but for an extended period of time, including possibly showers, including other kinds of pro-social activities, not just for people who may be living outside on the street, but also for visitors. Maybe we could have a visitor center there. I mean, we get $1 for that building for rent. And the transit, the Green Mountain Transit doesn't need most of the space anyway. They don't use hardly any of it. So please just table this for now. This is an opportunity to rethink how that transit center building will be used. And the city manager should have an opportunity to really explore this. And I will just say now, just in case I don't make it to the end, till the item about the comments, there are 3 criteria listed. Yeah. And the criteria are, now I've lost it. Well, 2 of them were objective criteria. Is there greater participation? And by greater participation, I assume you mean more people, not the same people speaking more. Secondly, I can't even remember a second. But the third one is completely subjective. It's whether you guys think it's better this way. I don't think that is a legitimate criterion. And if the other 2 prove, and I think they will, that this has not been successful, au contraire, it has been unsuccessful. It has interfered with getting useful comment and it is a bit like the Steve Whitaker's comment about the scissors. So you have a pain. Steve Whitaker's a pain. I'm a pain. Okay. And so instead of dealing directly with the pain, you hurt everybody by making this arrangement. And I can tell you, and some of you may remember, it used to be that people who from the public sometimes made suggestions that helped right then and there. I remember a very badly stated item on the vote, on town meeting vote, and I suggested the wording that would straighten it out, and the mayor said, "Oh yes, that will work," and that's what they adopted. Meanwhile, they've been completely going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and hadn't done it. And I made that contribution. And I'm not the only one. I've heard members of the public make positive, helpful comments at the time. Making it later would have been too late because you already would have adopted that mixed up wording. So I really think that any objective measure of this policy would say, get rid of it. And I hope you will not take refuge in the subjective feeling that you guys feel it's better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Mr. Bellini, your hand is still up, but I believe you have had your turn. Is there anyone else in the room or on Zoom who would like to speak during general business and appearances? Seeing no hands, we will move on to item number 5, the consent agenda. So the consent agenda is full of items that are all passed at one time. However, any counselor may pull any item from the consent agenda for any reason if they so choose. So first, counselors, is there anyone who would like to pull any item off of the agenda? All right, seeing none. Do we have a motion to?
I'll move it.
Okay, I'll interpret that, Councilor Sheridan, as a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion or deliberation on the matter? I'll point out, I don't think it matters, but the UES game day and field day is on there twice, but it's actually the same closure. Okay. Just pointing that out. Let's take a vote on this. The motion is to adopt the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstention? Unanimously passes. Thank you, everyone. All right, we'll move on to item number 6. The resolution honoring Immigrant Heritage Month. I'd like to thank Councillor Cohn for drafting this language and suggesting it to us. The resolution reads as follows. The resolution recognizing June as Immigrant Heritage Month. Whereas the city of Montpelier recognizes that immigrants have played a vital role in shaping the cultural, economic, civic, and social fabric of the United States and the state of Vermont. Mr. Whitaker, if you could please be still, that would be most appreciated. If you could be still, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. And whereas immigrants have contributed to the growth and success of communities across the nation through entrepreneurship, innovation, public service, education, healthcare, the arts, and countless other fields. And whereas immigrants contribute to Vermont's economy, workforce, educational institutions, healthcare system, and cultural life, helping address workforce needs and strengthening communities throughout the state. And whereas immigrants continue to strengthen Montpelier by bringing diverse perspectives, experiences, talents, and traditions that enrich community life and foster a more vibrant and inclusive city. And whereas since June 2014, Immigrant Heritage Month has provided an opportunity to celebrate the stories, achievements, and contributions of immigrants while encouraging all residents to reflect on their own family histories and the diverse origins that have shaped our nation. And whereas the United States has long been recognized as a nation of immigrants, and the values of opportunity, freedom, and civic participation have been strengthened by generations of newcomers seeking to build better lives for themselves, their families, and their communities. And whereas recognizing Immigrant Heritage Month promotes understanding, respect, and appreciation among residents of all backgrounds, and reaffirms the importance of welcoming communities where all people are treated with dignity and respect. And whereas the City of Montpelier values the contributions of all residents and recognizes that a welcoming community strengthens civic engagement, economic vitality, and social cohesion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Montpelier City Council hereby recognizes June as Immigrant Heritage Month in the City of Montpelier. And be it further resolved that the City of Montpelier encourages residents to learn about the histories, cultures, and contributions of immigrant communities and to celebrate the diversity that strengthens our city, state, and nation. And be it further resolved that the City of Montpelier reaffirms its commitment to fostering a welcoming, inclusive, and respectful community where all residents have the opportunity to participate fully in civic life. And be it further resolved that the Montpelier City Council encourages community organizations, educational institutions, businesses, and residents to recognize and celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month through activities that promote understanding, dialogue, and appreciation of the diverse experiences that contribute to our shared community. Thank you, Councillor Cohn, for submitting this to us and encouraging us to adopt this. Would you like to make any comment before we take a motion?
Yeah, it will be great. Thank you. So, as you mentioned, this recognition started in 2014. Since then, several cities accepted June as a National Immigrant Heritage Month. New York City, Boston, Michigan. And as far as I know, I don't want to make any, I don't want to give any wrong information, but in 2021, President Biden also recognized. So that's why it will be great for our city to have June as this Heritage Month and also celebrate. Because when I moved here 8 years ago, it was July and it was raining. So I know we don't believe. And my husband is American and we could have moved from Turkey any places. We wanted to move to the United States because we believe the American ideals, American values. And I really wanted to move here because of my daughter. I just want to give her the life she deserves as a woman. And since then, like every other people, my family, my kids, me, my immigrant friends, we have mixed experiences, both good and bad, positive and negative. But one thing happened to me in Montpelier. Now I have just like great neighbors, great friends, and some of my friends has become my family. So that's why I really appreciate Montpelier's supportive culture. And this will just be an addition because we already have that culture in Montpelier. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you care to make a motion to adopt this resolution?
Yeah, I make a motion to adopt the National Immigrant Heritage Month resolution.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Sheridan. Is there any debate or discussion on the matter? Seeing none, all in favor of adopting this resolution on Immigrant Heritage Month, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Passes unanimously. Thank you again, Councillor Cohn.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 7, a GMT TVT, or for those of you who don't know, I think that's Green Mountain Transit and Tri-Valley Transit update. And we're going to discuss the assumption of the lease that Mr. Kelman was referring to. Hi, welcome.
Hey, and thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Monica White and I reside in Plainfield, but I am here tonight as a representative from presently Green Mountain Transit and in 3 weeks from today, Tri-Valley Transit.
Thank you. Just please be aware that the folks at home can only hear you through that microphone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So should I move it closer?
Sure. that's
Usually,
great.
I don't think I've ever been told that I'm soft-spoken, so that's funny.
Those people are very far away.
Okay,
So,
great.
yeah.
All right.
All right,
So
thank you.
All right, so I'll do a quick recap. Monica White, I reside in Plainfield, but I'm here tonight as a representative from Green Mountain Transit. And 3 weeks from today will be a representative from Tri-Valley Transit. My current title is Director of Central Vermont Services. I will be Regional Director for Tri-Valley Transit. And so I'm here tonight with a brief slide deck to orient folks a bit to the work that we do for public transit in Central Vermont. The work that Tri-Valley Transit will be taking on, and then also just a discussion about the lease assumption, which is currently held by and between Green Mountain Transit, GMT, and the city, and assigning that to TBT. And for the duration of that. So that being said, Evelyn, if you wouldn't mind moving to the next slide, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Can you folks in the room see what's on the screen? Sorry to interrupt you. That's fine. Okay, I think we're okay. Thank you, John.
Great, thank you. So as I mentioned, on July 1st, Washington County Public Transit Services are transferring from GMT to TBT. And that was done after really extensive deliberation on behalf of both Green Mountain Transit, Tri-Valley Transit, VTrans, and looking at the big picture, what is the need for Washington County to best be served through public transit, and for GMT to return to its urban routes. So Green Mountain Transit will still exist, but it will be operating solely out of Chittenden County and for urban service up in that area. And so what does that mean for us here in Washington County? Extraordinarily positive one for this region. TBT brings decades. Actually, this year is the 50th anniversary of Tri-Valley Transit. Providing high quality rural transportation across Addison County, Orange County, and North Windsor County. So those are the areas in which TBT presently operates. And so assuming control over Washington County services makes sense. We're adjacent to Orange County. It will be solely focused on rural, and that's important because there's quite a few distinctions between how public transit is funded relative to urban versus rural at the federal level, and really being able to focus on what we do here in Central Vermont rurally throughout the entirety of our organization will be great all around. And so what does that mean for riders and our communities? Riders should only notice improvements in service. So we're starting to install new logos on our vehicles. Our current Berlin-based team will be continue to be operating here in Washington County. So we'll have the same drivers, the same dispatchers, the same maintenance team, same Montpelier Transit Center team, call center team, everyone. I am extraordinarily pleased to say every single Washington County employee has signed offer letters to become TBT employees. So that's really good news. So I think what our communities should see is really bright skies ahead. It's really, really good and exciting news. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the missions, TBT's mission is to enhance the economic, social, and environmental health of the communities we serve by providing public transportation services for everyone that are safe, reliable, accessible, and affordable, similar to GMT's mission. So, we're still going to be doing this, looking to the same things for our communities with really a focus on doing the best we can to meet the mission. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go over this in great detail. There's quite a lot here on the slide, but it is an overview of public transit options that we have presently. Nothing is going to change with the transfer to TVT. We'll still have the same routes, the same demand response service, that sort of thing. But we have fixed route commuter service with buses on the road going back and forth point to point on a regular basis. Demand response service, which is for things such as individuals who have Medicaid but do not have access to a vehicle or public transit for non-emergency medical transportation. We offer a slew of shopping and health shuttles. And moving forward, we'll still be operating seasonal service in the Mad River Valley area. One of the things I wanted to point out here was highlighted in the red are all of the routes that go into and out of Montpelier. So with the transit center being located here, it really is the hub, moving hundreds of people per day in and out of Montpelier through these highlighted routes specifically. And connecting services outside of the county as well. So we have, I would say, for a rural public transit agency, we have a very robust slate of services available for people both via fixed route and not if they're not available to access fixed route. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a quick snapshot of ridership data. We move a lot of people on a daily basis, a lot. And just speaking on our fixed routes and microtransit, which is the MyRide microtransit service here in Montpelier, just for those, we transported over 188,000 people last state fiscal year, which is the most recent kind of full period that we have data for. And that would be in addition to tens of thousands of rides provided to individuals for medical appointments, shopping house shuttles, and our seasonal service. So we're moving a lot of people on a daily basis on any given day. So pointing out for Montpelier specifically, 2 of our top 3 highest ridership local routes are directly benefiting Montpelier residents, including our city commuter and city midday routes, over 59,000 people transported on that last state fiscal year. And then our third most popular route in last state fiscal year was our MyRide microtransit, which transported over 36,000 people. A highlight from last year, in August of 2025, we did a pretty substantial service adjustment where we reduced the zone of our MyRide, the geographic zone for our MyRide, to be able to be more efficient and effective, while concurrently bringing back the Montpelier Hospital service that goes back and forth between downtown Montpelier and up to Berlin. So the hospital, the Berlin Mall, and other points in Berlin, which is an hourly service operating Monday through Saturday. And the ridership on that has been very robust, and that has been very well received since we brought back that fixed route service here. So I just think it's important to note that, again, Montpelier residents really do benefit greatly from the services that we offer. And then just one point here, in the previous state fiscal year, we had undergone service suspensions due to staffing shortages. Last state fiscal year, those were fully restored. So after, I think, a couple of years where we weren't able to fully deliver on the services that we had wanted to last state fiscal year, and since we've been able to fully deliver the services that we have committed to our communities. Next slide, please. So, another part that I like to point out when I'm kind of giving an overview of our services is that, yes, we are a public transit agency, but at the heart, we are a human service agency. And that will continue with Tri-Valley Transit. So we really provide valuable connections for a wide range of populations in central Vermont. So including commuters, the quote unquote choice riders, but also people with disabilities, older individuals, folks with substance use disorders, victims of domestic abuse, low income persons, and individuals who are unhoused. Our transit center, and I'll speak more about this later, is it's not just a place to get on the bus. We have really, over the past couple of years, worked to establish our transit center as a hub for the community. So we are participants in a number of human services tables, so including the Central Vermont Prevention Coalition, Central Vermont Situation Tables, Central Vermont Thrive, and all of those have either a public safety lens or a human services lens. And so we have staff embedded at those settings so that we are aware of the needs relative to transportation and transit, and how can we help meet those needs, making sure that we're one of the threads that are that's not a word, woven throughout. Because without access to transportation, people can't access human services that they need. They can't access healthcare that they need. And so how are we at the table to help facilitate that? So that's important overall for how we approach what it is that we do. And the transit center is a hub for those connections, for connecting with buses, but we're also pulling in partners to the in the transit center space and leveraging the space. We've established a very popular food pantry, shelf, clothing hub there that is very popular with the community. We have Narcan available there for free, which has been leveraged multiple times to revive individuals who had overdosed on or adjacent to our property. So we really view ourselves as part of the community, not just a bus company. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, some of the highlights specific to Montpelier, we really view ourselves as a partner with the city. So we will be at the meeting on Monday for the planning for the Montpelier Alive Community Independence Day event, where we intend to provide the free community shuttle again this year, where we have done so for a number of years. And again, at the transit center, the city has asked us if we would serve as a designated pooling shelter location, which we're very glad to do as needed. We work closely with the Montpelier Public Art Commission and Montpelier Alive relative to the murals. If you haven't been to the transit center recently, I would invite you to. It's really powerful, the artwork that's there. It's really magnificent artwork that we have there. We over about a year ago now, we embarked on a partnership with the Montpelier Community Justice Center on a restorative justice program. And what that is we have an MOU with Montpelier for individuals who we have no trespassed from our properties for certain behaviors, to offer the opportunity to go through the restorative justice program to regain their riding privileges. So reducing the amount of time that they are barred from our bus, they have to go through the restorative justice program, accept accountability for the violation that they did. They go through that, they get their riding privileges back, and it's been powerful, and it's also prevented recidivism, and so that's just something that's actually really innovative that a lot of our public transit partners around the state and even beyond have looked to that as like, oh wow, that's something we can learn from and build off from, and that's a partnership here with the city. So that's really great. And we have a very, very strong relationship with the Montpelier Police Department, a great group of individuals. And I think that's borne out with a quote that I put in here from a Montpelier resident who, in her late 90s, who wrote to me, and she shared the following. I've had a few very nice interactions with the woman at the transit center, Melissa. Very, very pleasant. The center looks great too. I like that security setup. It feels so much safer there than before. So, I mean, I'll just let that stand on its own. It's pretty powerful when a woman in her late 90s, has said that, feels safe. So if you haven't been to the transit center recently, I encourage you to pop by. It's really, I think we're doing some really, really great things there, really important and powerful things, in addition to getting people from where they need to go. Next slide, please.
Would you mind,
Oh.
I'm sorry to interrupt, if
Yeah.
it's okay, but could you talk a little bit more about like what happens there, during the day? Like how
Sure.
are people helped in the hub? Like what's actually happening inside the transit center on a day-to-day
Sure.
basis?
And well, perfect segue. So here's the photo of the outside. We have all sorts of photos of the inside, but we're open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. People in and connecting, going in and into the in and through the city. We have staff behind the booth that answer questions about what time is this bus coming? How can I connect here? That sort of thing. But we also have people come in with I'm hungry. I don't have a place to sleep tonight. I had my partner hit me. And so what we have done is we have been able, so we are not human services providers, but we have worked to make sure that we know how to direct people, like, or what resources to share with them. And how to make the connections and so being able to make a call. Recently, we had a situation. I mean, I guess I could go into a whole bunch of details on specific situations, so maybe I won't do that. But we are able to make calls to or reach out to partners through Good Samaritan Haven, through Downstreet, through the other Washington County Mental Health. I don't have the list of partners in front of me, so I'm not going to be able to mention all of them. But to be able to, when needs arise, to be able to make the connections to the agencies that are able to assist in that regard. So that's was that the question, Councilor Doyle?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like you're helping a lot of people who are potentially in crisis, right? Who are coming in looking for direction. You're connecting them to resources.
Right.
But I'm also like, you're not a social services agency, right? And so like the basic function of like a transit center of what are the activities that your staff are intended to provide, right? In terms of telling people about different bus routes or how to connect to things or ticketing or
Right.
those kinds of things. I'm just curious in the distinction between those two, right? What are the intended services of a transit center and what are the services that by necessity you're providing at this time?
Right. And I think, so I wasn't with GMT when the transit center came into existence, but when I joined GMT in 2024, it was a transit center getting people where they needed to go. And my background is human services, and I identified pretty quickly that the need for in addition to the need to have, when is the bus coming, et cetera, the need is there for the people walking in off the street that are just kind of lost in the way of needing services. And so what I what I did, or it's not me personally, not just me, but anyway, we I had the idea to have our primary Montpelier Transit Center supervisor position also hire with the lens of somebody who had a background in human services, public safety, and kind of meld those things together. And we worked with VTrans to get funding to fund part of that position through what's called an MTI grant for the human services work that is being done at the transit center. So there's a whole lot of detail behind that, but I think the takeaway is if we operated it as just a transit center, the human services element wouldn't go away. So we needed to be at the table for that, and that's how we've structured it over the past couple of years.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. And so I think back to the TVT, the transfer from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley Transit. So while the transfer doesn't become official until July 1st, which is 3 weeks from today, so if it looks like my hair is on fire, it is, because there's just so many details, big and small. We have been working closely together for the past many months now in preparation for the transfer of agencies, and TVT has already shown that they've stepped up to the plate in a number of ways to show that they're really invested in Washington County and doing well by the communities that we serve here. So one of those examples is shortly I want end of last year, beginning of this year, date escapes me. We TVT helped GMT leverage grant funding that had kind of sat idle for a while to hire our first volunteer community driver coordinator. And that has already borne fruit. We've been able to bring on and onboard 5 additional volunteers in the past several months. That's important because that is the most cost-effective way that we can deliver those demand response rides is through our network of dedicated volunteers. They're reimbursed at the IRS mileage rate. And so that's far more cost-effective than deploying one of our paid drivers with a bus to get somebody to appointments. So that's already starting to bear fruit. TVT has hired a community relations manager for Washington County, reinstating a position that GMT had cut more than a decade ago. That's also bearing fruit. And actually that community relations manager is here tonight, Mary Monteith, here. And so you can expect to see more of her at future meetings. I think I have been here, but that was like a year and a half ago. So we'll have more bandwidth to be out and having these sorts of conversations with our community and municipal partners. And so anyway, both of these positions have bolstered our ability to provide services more cost effectively. And then one of the things that Mary will be working on as part of her role is being able to we'll have more bandwidth to pull in more local match from sources other than just our municipal partners. So the businesses that we serve, that we bring people to their doorstep and employees to their doorsteps on a daily basis, asking for their help in supporting public transit, that sort of thing. And then another thing that we will be doing as part of TVT is establishing a regional operating committee, a ROC, for Washington County. That will include municipality representation. Each of the other TVT regions does have a ROC, and so that's important for our community members to have a more direct line into what are we doing, how are we doing it, and what is that input and feedback that can help inform what our communities want. Next slide, please. And so this, I'm not here to talk about the funding specifically, but I did want to just include an overview of it. So the city for several years had contributed previously a little over 72,000 toward the local match requirements. And then starting in state fiscal 25, the city reduced its contribution to 30,000, which is a pretty substantial reduction. And so local match is a critical component for assuring this financial sustainability of public transit services. VTrans requires us to raise 20% of our operating costs as local match. And just in context, Montpelier presently benefits from well over $1 million of public transit service for the routes in and out for residents. And the current contribution supports about 150,000 in gross costs. So I'm not here to ask for more money, but I did want to just, put that out there. That's where we are at financially relative to Montpelier's contribution. And for the lease agreement for the transit center, the city does provide the 20% match for the operating costs of the MTC. And that kind of gets to one of the reasons why I was here tonight, which is the council's contemplation of assigning the lease from GMT to TVT for July 1st. Presently, the lease agreement with GMT and the city expires December 11th of this year. And so what we were requesting is to have the council approve and to assign the lease on July 1st to assign the lease from GMT to TVT. We will continue as TVT to work with City Manager McNicholas Curry on the lease renewal for December 12th, I guess it would be. And work in that way toward the terms of the lease renewal. So for tonight, the request would be for the council to consider or to approve assigning the lease from GMT to TBT. Next slide, please. That's it. And my contact info is here. My email is going to change. So that's going to be good for another 3 weeks, but everything will bounce to me. After that, it'll be forwarded. So I guess that's all I have. I don't know if I took too much time. If I did, I apologize, but I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else.
You're doing great.
All right, thank you.
But so first of all, thank you for that. I take it from your email. I was just curious through this that both you and Ms. Monteith previously worked with GMT. GMT is now being taken over by TVT, and so you'll become TVT employees and not the other way around, that you were with TVT and are moving into the area. Right.
Well, so correct. I've been with GMT working out of our Berlin office since 2020. March of 2024. Mary actually is currently a Tri-Valley Transit employee, and she's been she transferred to us from the TVT Randolph office, so she's been embedded with us for the past several months as a TVT employee, but working as part of our team. So, but yes, we'll both be here moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Sheridan.
Could you tell me how the bathroom operates? Can anybody walk in and use it? Is it locked? Do you have to get a key? How does that operate?
Sure. So we have two public bathrooms in the lobby of the transit center. They're open to the general public anytime that we're open between 7 and 6. They just have to go to the booth and say, "I'd like to use the restroom," and we'll buzz them in from there. So it's locked, but like our staff beep and they go in.
So do you refuse anybody, or if they're not causing problems?
No, I mean, the only time that we would refuse somebody is if they've been no trespass from our property for violating our code of conduct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other clarifying questions? Councilor Gill.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have been in a transit center and it is very beautiful. It's a beautiful indoor art. It's open, it's airy. One of the things that caught my attention was when you talked about the designated cooling shelter location. You guys are open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and he doesn't have operating hours. So what happens when, are you all, is it just your operating hours, or is it available for weekends, or who manages that? How do you coordinate with the city to open that? Because it's a beautiful facility and it's cold. So is it being utilized, effectively in, these hot days that we're going to have more and more of? What does that look like? How does that operate?
So great question. Thank you. We presently are open as a cooling shelter during our hours of 7 to 6 as one of multiple. And I might ask Evelyn because there are multiple through the city.
Yeah, happy to jump in there.
Thank
So that's kind of how Monica and I have been working together for the past couple of years that I've been as a communications coordinator. And so the designation where the city will put out an announcement for cooling shelters is when the temperature is expected to be 90 degrees or above. And so usually we will know that at least a few days ahead of in the forecast. And so earlier this week, Chief Libby and I were working to make sure that all of our cooling shelters that we put together a list and we keep that regularly updated. That's my responsibility. And so we will be putting out an announcement tomorrow, which will include that the transit center is open during their business hours. And so off the top of my head, I am not aware of a cooling shelter that is open during the overnight hours, but we do have quite a wide swath. So for most of the majority of the times where the heat is the worst, there are multiple locations open.
That answer your questions? Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilor?
Just to follow up on that, the issue would be staffing. If the city wanted to declare a heat emergency and needed the space, do you think it's conceivable that it could be provided overnight or on a weekend outside of business hours, assuming that staffing could be arranged?
I think that would be a discussion that we would want to have in terms of when we're looking for the lease, looking at the lease renewal, because I think it's not contemplated presently in the lease document. And then in terms of if the space has been leased to us, who's then responsible for the what happens in it if we're not in there. So I guess I think that would probably need more discussion and more, like how that might look.
No, but it hasn't been rejected out of hand. It just hasn't been fully negotiated.
Yeah, it's not something that's been contemplated, at least in my time here. And we certainly be willing to have discussion about what that might look like, how that might make sense, in something we'd certainly be willing to discuss if that was a priority of the city.
Good, thank you.
Councilor Gill.
I should know this, but who owns that building? Is it the city? So the city owns, that's a city asset. So if you're closed on the weekends, is there an opportunity to think about utilizing that beautiful facility, part of the lease? And I don't know how we go about doing this, but if it's, if you're only open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., it's a city building. Is there a way to think about, updating the lease so that it could be utilized on the weekends? Like, I don't know if there's been discussions for a visitor center there. I mean, we always have conversations about visitor centers, and there is no place for it, but the weekends are the busiest, and that is centrally located. So I don't know if that's been discussed, or I just want to throw that out there.
I'm actually, on the same lines, if I could, just that, like, I think for tonight's conversation or for what we're doing tonight, I mean, this is about GMT and Tri-Valley Transit. So like, to me, it's just have the lease go through December and we should do that. But I also think there really is an opportunity to be very thoughtful about what are our goals at the city around this space. And I just want to be really clear, like, I view your work as like vital to a highly functioning city. And like, I think we frankly don't pay enough for the services that you provide. So that's a whole other separate conversation. I also think though, that this is a really important public asset, and what is the highest and best use of that space, and recognizing the vital services that you're providing. But I also think like things like a visitor center that we've been missing for the past 3 years in Montpelier is really critical to the economic vitality of our downtown. And is there an opportunity to think about, shaping that differently? Anyway, I think it's a longer, more thoughtful, nuanced conversation that should happen over time. But I would definitely say for tonight, I think we should approve like the transfer of this lease, the assumption of this lease, so that they can continue with the good work. And then we can create a process through which we all have the opportunity to inform what happens when that lease is renegotiated.
So let's hold further sort of debate and deliberation about what to do tonight until we make a motion. But for now, are there any other clarifying questions before we get to the motion? Councilor Sheridan.
So have you switched to the Barry office of the you talked about the Montpelier Justice Center, which is no longer
Right.
operating. So have you switched to the Barry one?
So we have not. We are still working with Carol. Carol, who used to, who is not officially under the community. There's not the official Montpelier Community Justice Center, but she's still doing that work and facilitating the panels through Montpelier. So it's we're still under agreement with her for that.
I thought she was working for the rec department.
She's doing both, as I understand it.
She is, yes. The CJC operates in a very, very limited capacity, but there are still things that that she does as part of the volunteer work. And so that's part of it.
Yeah.
Other clarifying questions before we move to motion and deliberation? All right, Councilor Gill.
I just want to clarify. So if we have this move to approve this lease July 1st, 2026, there is an opportunity to renegotiate the lease between July 1st, 2026 and December 11th, 2026. So I want to make sure that doesn't fall off of our I don't know, communications, like, yeah.
No, I can say that's definitely part of City Manager Curry's
Thanks.
to-do list very soon.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Councillor Alfano.
I will move to approve the lease assignment from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley Transit to become effective July 1st, 2026.
And a second. Okay, so there's a motion to approve give me a second here. All right, the motion is to approve the lease assignment from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley Transit to become effective July 1st, 2026. At this time, is there any debate or deliberation on the subject? This is where we would try to sway each other's opinions or make a case for how we think we should act as a body at this time. We're not going to take public comment at this time. Anyone, any deliberation? Councillor Sheridan.
Well, is this lease just locked into December or is it negotiable at this time?
I mean, if my understanding, someone correct me if I'm wrong, if not for the change from Green Mountain to Tri-Valley, there would be no need to discuss it. The lease would just continue as Green Mountain. So really something internally is happening between Green Mountain and Tri-Valley that there's a sort of change of management there. There's an existing lease which goes through December. And there is a good amount of time between now and December to sort of strategize about what I'm hearing, what are the best uses of this city asset, whether it's a visitor center or it's a cooling center or it's, connecting people to services. Those are all really excellent conversations to be had. If the alternative is to, within the next 3 weeks, try to renegotiate an existing contract quickly, this is the deliberation debate part. In my opinion, that feels like too short of a runway to do anything with the amount of care and sort of forethought and contemplation that it would really require. That's my opinion. But I think I've heard that echoed elsewhere. So the answer is the motion here is to either approve assigning the existing lease from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley as they make their internal management changes. And then the question of how to renegotiate the renewal of it in December is open on the table.
Well, I'm thinking of like the weekends that Adrian talked about, because, that's a summer gone by where we're not able to take advantage of weekends for, using it as a cooling center.
Yep.
So, we own the building. Literally, this was before my time started back in 1998, I think, or 97. And it went through my entire 12 years, the development of this building. And there were all kinds of plans for it and everything. And like any term, it's like what I talked about, long-term things of the city. They never end up being what they were envisioned to be in the beginning because of, I talked about the moving targets and the shifting sands. And this is a perfect example.
Yes.
Say, if I may jump in, I would say this is a excellent topic for a strategic planning session around city assets that I'm sure would be welcomed and entertained by the city manager in the coming months.
Also, I think to Councillor Gill's point, it's essential that we don't just say like, oh yeah, this is something we'll do, and then not come back to it and not stay on it and actually do it, which I think is part of what I'm hearing your concern. Is there more?
No.
Okay. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo it and repeat it and say it again that we have a decent amount of time from now till December to work on a new lease. It's not a lot of time. So we can't wait until November to do this. We probably shouldn't wait until October to do this. Definitely don't want to be presented with a draft of a lease at the end of November that then we have to say yes or no to. So so that's just another voice for bring it back to us next month. Let's start talking about it.
Ms. Prim, are you able to relay that message to Ms. Prim?
Absolutely will.
law requires you allow public comment on the deliberations that you're taking. Your policy is not established in an ordinance. You are required by law to allow the public to comment.
This is not a hearing. You're not recognized.
I'm saying
They-
the law entitles me to comment on the issues you're debating.
Mr. Whitaker, you're not recognized and you're out of order.
It's a point of order. That you need to adhere to the law, whether you.
Mr. Whitaker, you are out of order. You're not recognized. Thank you.
Raising a point of order, which I'm entitled.
Mr. Whitaker, for the third time, you are out of order.
You're violating the law.
Mr. Whitaker, with a fourth time of being out of order, I'm going to ask you to leave the room, please.
No, I will not. I have the right to be here and I have the right to speak on this topic that you're deliberating.
Mr. Whitaker, I would like to read from the rules of conduct at public meetings.
They are not an ordinance. They have no validity here.
All right. We are in recess until Mr. Whitaker can be removed from the room. We are back in session, and if we are able to continue our meeting, then we will continue. Mr. Whitaker, I am asking you again to leave. If you will not, at least please observe the rules of procedure and the rules of conduct. I believe we had a motion on the table to approve the lease assignment from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley Transit to become effective July 1st of 2026. This is not a hearing. This could easily have been on the consent agenda, except that it was important for us to hear from Tri-Valley Transit to understand what's happening with you. And I apologize to you and to everyone else in the room for the disruptions that we've had. Is there further discussion on this? Councillor Cohn?
Can we table this item and just like talk about all the details? So is there any urgency that we need to approve? Are you okay?
I apologize.
There is urgency for us to either approve or not approve this lease assignment before July 1st. Our next meeting is not until June 24th, which would put things in a very, very tight time.
Okay, thank you. Great
Yeah.
clarification, thanks.
At this time, I think we should, if there's no further debate or deliberation on the topic, we should take a vote and see where we go. Okay, so the motion before us is to approve the lease assignment from Green Mountain Transit to Tri-Valley Transit to become effective July 1st, 2026. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? That is a nay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to speak for you. Yes. All right, the result is 5-1. It passes. Ms. White, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, I apologize for the disorderly nature of our meeting. It doesn't reflect on you or our relationship with Green Mountain Transit or Tri-Valley Transit.
So much.
We should now be moving to item number 8, the Montpelier Alive update. Before we do, I'd like for us to just take another moment to recenter ourselves in the room so we don't carry that energy forward with us as Ms. Trouts comes to give us an update. There are no more decision points to be made, certainly not in regards to Montpelier Alive tonight. We're just here to receive an update. There are some passages from the rules of conduct and the rules of procedure that I'm planning to read when we discuss public comment a little bit later, but I'll save those until that time. Is there any comment from council before we move on to the next item? Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Trouts, thank you very much for coming.
I do have it pulled up on that screen if you want to navigate there, or I can share my screen like I did before.
Navigate
Monica.
where? And am I doing the arrows? Okay. This will be fun. Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Trouts, the Executive Director of Montpelier Alive. I look forward to this presentation every year to share the good work that our organization and the city together have been doing to revitalize our downtown. This first picture, I just want you to take note of the flowers. There are going to be a lot of flowers in this presentation. It's been a focus for us investing more in our flower program. Oop, the arrow didn't work. Down.
Might have to click on the screen.
Okay.
And then now navigate to the arrow.
There we go. Okay. Taylor Street Bridge and the Transit Center, which we were just talking about. A little overview of what we do. I think most of you are quite familiar with our work. We host events, 10 plus events annually. And I will just point out that we have some new events that we've been enjoying in our downtown. Spice on Snow Music Festival. This past year was in March. We're trying to enliven the slower times of year in our town for year-round tourism purposes. We also co-hosted Winterfest and Mudfest, as well as Restaurant Week, all of which we considered quite successful, drawing hundreds of people into our downtown on those weekends when we really needed it. Though this doesn't always translate to revenues for the businesses, we see it as a building process. Some of these events are new, and it's also marketing for our city. Events are a way to market our city, so we try to leverage them. Then we have July 3rd coming up, and I hope you will all be participating. In addition to events and marketing, we work on streetscape design and beautification. Some of the things that we did this past year include the bridge illumination project, which that project has officially closed, but the bridges will last a very long time. And one of our goals going forward is maintaining those bridge lights and staying on top of that work. We continue to work with Vivian Ladd-Tomasi, who is our bridge illumination coordinator. I'll talk about some other things she's up to as a coordinator and a volunteer with our organization. But this year, you'll notice we've invested more into our flowers program. We used a new vendor. We ordered more flowers, more barrels, and we gained inspiration from other downtowns in Vermont, including St. Albans, which I highly recommend taking a visit to. And we had many volunteers just a few weeks ago plant those flowers. So a big thank you to our community volunteers. We have some public art projects that we've been working on. One that you'll notice, and I think be interested in following, is we're installing public art signage, acknowledging the different murals and public art around town. And then we're going to turn that into a digital public art walking tour, and we're working collaboratively with the Public Art Commission on that. Somebody needs to mute, I suppose. We also have a mural going in at the Julio's parking lot. We're repainting that mural. And again, just trying to bring more color to our downtown and slow people down so that they can recognize the downtown and see what's going on.
And by the way, we've had the Thursday Night Ramble is another new event that we're experimenting with to draw foot traffic downtown in the evenings, which is another strategic plan of ours to kind of shift the culture of our town to come out to restaurants more often and enjoy live music. There's a lot going on that we'd like to see more people attending. In addition to the events, other marketing that we've done over the past year, and again, in part funded by the DID, Downtown Improvement District Fund, as well as other revenue streams, is the City of Bridges marketing campaign. And this was also supported by state funding. We were able to leverage those illuminated bridges and softly brand the city as the City of Bridges and help form this identity for our downtown. We know we're the capital, but we're also the City of Bridges. It also draws our attention to the rivers and helps our relationship with the rivers. So we've been marketing that in and out of state. We're amplifying our arts and culture all the time, and you'll see that in our community newsletter. We have the sound check section, which highlights music and theater happenings all across downtown and the movie theaters as well. We're also working with partners on reinvigorating the nightlife in our downtown, the Ramble being one of those efforts. We also work to support our businesses. Some of the projects that we worked on last year, as you might recall, was cultivating entrepreneurship, trying to fill empty storefronts. So we learned that sometimes when you take an initiative like ours, which was grant funding new businesses, you also are marketing your downtown as a place that needs more economic vitality, needs more economic development, needs more business. And I can't help but think that some of the interest we've seen in our downtown is due to some of the efforts in really drawing attention to those storefronts and marketing that. And we'll talk a little bit about all of the many businesses that are coming to downtown and in the near future, even more. So we did a grant fund for new businesses. We marketed our empty storefronts. We also support businesses with professional development workshops. We recently did a neurodiversity workshop for employers, and that is going to be an ongoing series to help with inclusivity practices. We host mixers, we have our MBA meetings, and we're constantly talking to the businesses how to better support them and promote them. This is Mayor Mark Gwynn at the ribbon cutting for Marathon Sports there just last week. We have a few more ribbon cuttings coming up. That's a tongue twister. Another impactful project that you all should be aware of is our work with the Capital Connection for Washington County Welcome Wagon program. So we know that the future of our downtown depends on both tourism and housing. And we hope to attract new residents to our region. We also know Montpelier is a hub. So people living within the region will use Montpelier, will spend their dollars here. So we are working on this Welcome Wagon program, in part funded by the state, to market Montpelier and the other areas of and the other towns in our region. We've been hosting new resident mixers, connecting those who have moved here more deeply with their communities. This recent one was in Barrie at the Barrie Social Club. And Morgan and Natalie, two Montpelier Live staff members, I just want to thank, are working hard on that Capital Connection program. Back to economic vitality, I just want to recognize that we welcomed Marathon Sports, Curry Leaf, One Day in July, financial advisors, Blackbird Barber, Red Hen Bakery to Montpelier recently. And other new businesses in 2025 that we welcomed include Black Kitty, Sappho, State Street Seafood, and Hebcat. And then upcoming, we have Vulcan Fitness, Clubhouse Commons maybe, Holla Leather. That's more than 10 businesses that have been recruited to downtown, not just because of us, because Montpelier is a great place to be. And these
businesses see the potential here, and that's really uplifting. If you think back to the flood and how far we've come and where we're going when it comes to the local economy, I think we're moving in the right direction. We plan to offer more business grants upcoming. We see that the businesses that are here, we would really like to support keeping them here. So technical assistance grants are in the future. And more professional development workshops, as I mentioned, and flood resilience workshops for these businesses as well. We'll continue to host those. Capital Connection, I just want to note that, again, as a part of economic vitality and the economic future of our downtown, some of the work that we've been doing are the new resident mixers. We've taken in 110 inquiries from people who want to move to downtown. And those inquiries are personal requests for information, conversations, Zoom calls, and we continue to log their information and follow up afterwards to try to join them on that journey. We provide resources and personalized assistance and make direct referrals to local and regional businesses. This year, we sent a postcard to property transfers in many towns in our region that talk about Capital Connection and connect them to the Capital Connection webpage where they can find a lot of resources if they have moved here recently. And we've started a local jobs board, which is getting some use. It's picking up. We think that people who move here may not want to drive 45 minutes to Burlington for a job. So let's tell them what's available right here in Montpelier and Washington County. See. This just outlines a few of the ways that we've been advertising when we say we're doing marketing. These are some of the ways we're doing marketing. Social media, we gained 10,000 followers this year for Montpelier. That's a milestone. That's a lot of followers who are reading our posts and learning about the businesses and all of our promotions. 7,000 on Instagram. We've renewed our brochures and expanded the locations of distribution across the state. We sent the postcard to new residents across the region. We created ads for welcome centers. This is not something that Montpelier Live has done before. So the capital city and downtown Montpelier have a presence in some of the highly visited welcome centers off the interstate. We're enhancing our website all the time. We have had the opportunity to advertise in Yankee Magazine and Vermont Magazine, and many resources that tourists specifically from out of state pick up. Stowe, Mad River, Discovery Map. We started a podcast. Did you know that? It's a fun podcast that will be highlighting stories and community members from around the region. Again, a part of our Capital Connection program, but it feeds into our mission and all that we do at Montpelier Alive. And it works with our marketing. So we've been marketing that podcast to help connect people to our place, and hopefully they'll come visit after they hear from the storytellers. I mentioned a few of the new projects, and this is for your awareness when we look at how we expect to spend DID money over the next fiscal year. New projects we expect to work on include more business recruitment and retention. We want to develop welcome packets and toolkits for new businesses. We found at the ribbon cutting, none of us at the table had really done that before, and we wanted maybe for the next time to prepare the business with a checklist of these are the things to prepare for when you're going to have a ribbon cutting. That checklist can work for us as well. We now have some really nice red ribbon and large scissors in case you want to use them. And I asked Barry if they would share theirs with us. Maybe we could, just share that resource. And they said they have so many businesses coming in that it would be tricky to share them at this time. And I thought that was really good news. More workshops, professional development, the technical assistance grants. Also, Vivian Latomasi has started the Spruce Up Days, which you might have heard about, which is cultivating community volunteership and helping the downtown become cleaner, brighter, and helping businesses improve their storefronts and facades. We will continue that program, and she'll be coordinating with volunteers throughout the year for a series of events. In Capital Connection, more podcast episodes, more out-of-state marketing through digital platforms. We might even start a TikTok channel. We'll see. Outdoor recreation data collection and asset building. And we've been working with city parks on identifying what those data points would be. That would be really helpful for growing the outdoor economy with city parks and the city. Design and streetscape. We are working on more public art signage. We expect a few more of those signs to go in, and then we have something that we can plug into the digital walking tour that I explained. More flowers, more and more flowers. We think that they really enliven our streets in the summer with the colors. We would like to make them more creative. I think every year we could add a little more to that effort. The Julio's asphalt mural. And then a little more functional, we've been talking about bike racks with the Complete Streets Committee, collaborating with community members to gauge where the best locations will be, and talking with city and DPW about investing in more bike racks. Big belly compacting trash bins, working with DPW on ordering more of those and fundraising for them. And holiday lighting and decor. Expanding that program, businesses are interested in maybe having subsidies to help them buy their own holiday decor and lighting for their windows. I think there's more that we can do there. Just showing a little bit of a comparison with fiscal year 26 with what we expect with fiscal year 27. I basically summed up this expansion that we would like, but based on the same budget. So we're just moving the funds around to some different categories. You could see we might invest more in beautification this next year and more in events. One thing I wanted to highlight is that our July 3rd budget has gone through the roof. The event takes more than $50,000 to pull off, and the infrastructure costs just keep rising. Last year, fireworks were $13,000 for the display that we've always had, and that has risen to $20,000. Not to mention the insurance, which is usually around $8,000 for the event and fireworks insurance. And that's a huge part of that 50,000 plus budget. And then portalets, we work with DPW and MPD on providing infrastructure that feels safe. And the requirement has been that we should invest in more portalets and more security and hire Washington County sheriffs to get involved. All of this comes at a huge cost. And it's been really hard to increase our sponsorships and our revenue lines. We've pretty much maxed out the number of vendors that we can have at this event. There are going to be around 40 vendors this year. So we're struggling thinking about the future of an event that big. And this is where I would really like to have conversations with council and the city on how to make this event more sustainable. We've trimmed our performer budget to be pretty minuscule. In terms of the size of the event, there's not much more that we can trim. So how are we going to raise the funds? I'd like to talk further about that at some point. And I have some ideas. I'll get into that in a minute. This just outlines the last few years. We do have more in this fund because we are now obtaining the pilot. This was clarified to me, excuse me, last year with the finance director. So we have an increase from 25 to 26, and I assume it will be the same for 27. I talked about how we're just shifting the buckets of funding around a little bit within these categories. But you'll note that here at July 3rd, I'm increasing that to 10,000, and I took it away from the marketing area. That $2,000 is just not going to fill the gap. I'm seeing an $18,000 deficit in our budget for July 3rd that we have to dip into Montpelier Alive's general budget for. We have designated budgets for each event, and we have an $18,000 gap to fill this year. We will be able to fill it. We had a one-time local options tax contribution, if you can recall, from this past year. So that has helped us fill the gap, among other things. But that was a one-time contribution. We have nothing guaranteed for Montpelier Alive going forward. We have the 10%, as a reminder, the 10% that will be set aside for downtown improvements, and many of those projects will be vetted by the MBA. I am not sure that they will want to support July 3rd through this 10% of local options tax. So what I would like to have considered as you think about the next budget season is how can we make Montpelier Alive's operations and events, especially July 3rd, more sustainable? Is there a possibility of a small piece of the LOT actually going to our organization and not just for the projects? It also takes administrative effort to implement the projects that I know will be on our plate as vetted by the MBA. And so I just want that to be considered, that our costs continue to rise and we really need to meet those costs to continue to do the good work. I know everyone wants a piece of the LOT. Even if the piece was small, I think it would make a big difference for our small organization. So these are our goals, considerations: stabilize an LOT contribution to Montpelier Alive, invest in infrastructure, streetscape improvements, continued investment in marketing and tourism, events, July 3rd, visitor experience, and partner on economic development projects, such as business openings, recruitment, and retention. I'm happy to take any questions. You also know exactly how to get a hold of me.
Before we go for questions, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and thank you, of course, for everything that Montpelier Alive does. I'm not sure how much the public is aware of how much of the sort of vibrancy and life that we all experience in our downtown is attributable directly to your work, not just your effort, administrative effort and events, but the fundraising efforts that, I mean, your staff's fundraising efforts, and Leslie, I can never know how to pronounce her last name, sorry. But those efforts are a huge part, and we really appreciate that. Councillor Sheridan.
I just want to say, I think it's great how you work with the MBA. I mean, you know, I've been to every meeting ever since I got back on the council, so I've watched the interplay between you, and I think it's awesome how you both two work together. I mean, trying to pull, I mean, yeah, there's differences, but really, it's impressive for me to go. And that's why I continue to go. I appreciate this last time you had a big thing on the homeless, which I think brought some awareness to people, you know, and the businesses and everything like that, that, you know, these are lives. Sometimes they're disrupting lives, but frankly, I've enjoyed going to those meetings, and I'm really happy to see what I'm seeing out of both of the organizations. So great job.
Thank you for coming to the meetings. It does mean a lot to the business community.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments from council? Oh, Councillor Cohn.
Yeah, I just want to thank you again for the presentation and all the work you've been doing. And I just want to share my experience with Montpelier Alive events grants, because I am the city liaison on their board. So it was very effective work that all the like board members, just we look at the events and just like evaluate them. I really like the how you can connect your mission, our town, and the events. So they are all aligned. So I really wanna bring that up. It was and I know which events are coming, but there will be really nice times for our community. And I also want to thank again because during the committee reports, I don't have to talk about all these things because you did a great job. So thanks.
Thank you, Phelan.
Great. Anyone else? Katie, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
It is 8:16 right now. The next item on the agenda is likely to take more than 14 minutes. So I suggest we take a break now and let's reconvene at 8:30. We're back. We're going to move on to agenda item number 9, public comment. There is a decision that could be made here, but there's no decision that must be made. So I think we'll find through our conversation whether we want to make a change tonight, we want to delay to some other time, or I think those are our two choices, right? I'm going to give my understanding of the background because I'm the only one that was not in the room when this thing happened last like October and then December, and I think it was finally enacted in January, right? But we changed the way that we do public comment from the existing rules of procedure and the rules of conduct of public meeting from May of 2022 to basically say we're not going to take public comment on every agenda item or throughout. We'll just do hearings where we're legally required to do it. We'll do general business and appearances at the beginning, and then we'll do other business at the end where anybody can speak on any topic. And then we were tracking some data to find out if it had had any effect. So at this time, I'll open up the floor for, I think we're working our way towards a motion, maybe if we want to, but let's just have some open discussion about how it's going and what are possible courses of action. Anyone? Councilor Sheridan, go ahead.
Well, I put this on the agenda, so I'll lead it off. It was, I think the vote was 5-1. I did not vote for this. I did not see this going to accomplish what it was meant to accomplish. It has not shortened meetings. It has not brought in more public participation. In fact, I think it's gotten less. I honestly, with 12 years of seeing this, I honestly couldn't believe we were going to even do it. I don't think it works to shut people out of their own government. Who the heck wants to stay to the end of our meetings and sit through a bunch of boring agenda items? If you're only there for one agenda item, the rest are boring to you. And so, 10 o'clock at night, 10:30, they're tired. They're not going to say, if we've already voted on something, what is the point really? There is no point. To speak to it beforehand, you don't even know what's going to be said about the agenda item. You may have interest, but you may want to hear where the directions are going. I just don't understand this, why, we would continue this, to be quite honest with you. I don't have a problem with people talking. All right, maybe if it might lengthen a meeting by 15 minutes, but I don't know if it really has. And certainly, I don't think it's shortened them. We're our own biggest enemies on keeping meetings going because we do plenty of talking ourselves. So I'm in favor of going back to letting people talk in agenda items. If you want to limit it to 3 minutes rather than the 5 at the beginning, that's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. It'll make people be more succinct at putting their act together and what they want to say to us. But to me, it's just been not good government of the people. And so I'm all in favor of for us starting at our next meeting doing something different.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor Gill, go ahead.
I'll jump in. I think I like that we tested this, right? It was a theory, right? So there's a problem. Let's try an idea, right? So in the spirit of continuous improvement, let's try something. So I think that's brave. I think we tried something. And as you all know, I like data. So I sent you all my spreadsheet because you got to make decisions based on data, not on feelings, right? So we had 3 metrics that we wanted to follow. Has the change increased public participation? So are there higher numbers of individuals commenting at council meetings? Are city council meetings shorter? So we regularly ended at 10 o'clock. Is there an increased sense of meeting effectiveness, which is measured by council self-evaluation, which we didn't do? So what I did was I had a spreadsheet, I sent it to everyone. We have had 10 meetings since January. And so I measured, I can send this out, but we had our start time and our end time. And I counted every public participation during general business. So we had our general business speakers. I had the amount of time for most of the meetings, because some of them we can calculate it, but the amount of time it took for public participation. Was there public comment at the end of the meeting? If yes, how many commented at the end of the meeting? And I wrote some notes, like one time we had 14 public participation because of general business. I didn't write, I forgot what that one that was, but it was a big meeting. We had 14 people come and talk.
East State Street public.
It might have been East State Street, but anyway, that was on January 21st. And so most of our meetings still ended around 10 o'clock. So I think that didn't change much. The public comment averaged between 10 to 37 minutes. The average was 24 minutes per meeting for public comment. We average about 20 to 30 minutes on the beginning and end. And at the end of the meeting, we averaged 1 or 2 people spoke at the end of the meeting over those 10 meetings. So was good. Our median was 1 commenter over 10 meetings at the end. And our median length was roughly 4 hours. So from January to today, we met roughly 4 hours. So, the question for us to consider is, looking at this data, did we achieve our goals? And, if we go back to having public comment, I think it still remained about the same. So.
Did we have data from before this that we were comparing to?
There was some data. I think we were just saying that we ended around 10.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we collected data of all the speakers we had.
Okay.
So the pre and post, this is not a rigorous scientific study, but I think we do have some data to look at. And so we can make an educated decision about how we move forward. But I think it's important to base this off of the data that was collected, even though it's not perfectly scientifically valid, but at least it's something to respond to.
Councilor Cohn?
Yeah, I was one of the councilors who supported the idea. So I really appreciate trying and seeing how it goes. In addition to data, I think we should also consider how public felt about it, because our job is to be in the meetings and to listen what public wants to share with us. So if public thinks, when I say public, like people come and attend these meetings, or I hear that some of them watching Zoom, so they are watching it. So how they felt it, and I keep hearing they didn't feel to be included that much. So again, in addition to data, I really appreciate how this trial impacted public feelings to be included. So that's an important point for me to decide.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding like I'm taking another point, I'm not. I hear that and I agree with that. There is also public sentiment that is not represented by the people who come to the meetings and speak. And anecdotally, I haven't collected data about this, but I have heard from several folks that they would like to come and speak, but they don't because of the nature of how things are. And they don't want to be, they don't want to throw more onto the fire, or they, in some cases, and I really want to be careful not to single people out, but in some cases, to avoid appearing like some of the voices that they find objectionable, they won't appear. They would like to, but they're aware of how their comments might be perceived in light of all that. I'm not making a case for a course of action, just to counter that there is a lot of public opinion, and a lot of it is represented by the people who come here and speak. And then there's a lot of folks that don't come here and speak as well. Yeah. Any other comments? Councillor Brown and then Councillor Alfano.
Yeah, I'm glad we've been trying this. I'm glad we're talking about it. I appreciate the attempts to try to quantify whether we see improvements or impact. I do think that 6 months is not anywhere near long enough to really have a sense of what changes would be made by this. So it's good we're talking about it now. I don't think it's long enough for the public to really know that we've made this change, and for the culture to shift within our meetings, which was a big part of what I was hoping would happen, is that the culture would shift. I just talked to someone yesterday who didn't know that we had done this change with the public comment. Complete news. So a lot of people don't know about it. And then as we're looking at how we measure success, and we're seeing that maybe our meetings aren't necessarily a lot shorter. It could be that we're able to spend more time with our deliberations and our discussions with each other and with people who are here presenting us information, because we're not having as much public comment. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm saying that our meetings aren't shorter. I also wonder about, we haven't been tracking how often we've had to bump things off the agenda because we were running out of time. And we have done that. We used to do that in the past a lot. And I feel like maybe we haven't been doing it as much lately, but I haven't actually tracked that. So I don't know. But I think that would be another metric to look at, is are we able to get our work done? And then just overall, we're really trying to balance a few different factors here. The public has a right to comment, and our work is improved by hearing from the public. And we have to find that balance where it's improving our work and not impeding our work, because sometimes it can end up impeding our work. And so I think that's what this whole process has been about, is trying to try some different approaches to see if we can do it in a way that gives us the benefit of public comment, helps, includes the public in our process to the benefit of our work, and respecting the public's right to have input without it impeding our work. And I think that we have had a culture in the past of a sense that when it's not just that the public is able to comment on every item we have, but it's like the public is sort of part of the meeting with us and part of the discussion. And there seems to be an expectation oftentimes from people that they will be able to be part of the decision that we're making. I think that's sort of the feeling that I get, and that's not what public comment is. Public comment is you tell us what you think, and then we make our decisions and we do our work. So, and then just the, you know, the general culture of this being a place where the public is not, where we can work together in some way, where it can be a, you know, a positive environment, which it often is not. And I hear that from other people as well, that you said, Mayor, people who just don't want to be part of this because it's just an unpleasant environment.
Thank you. Councilor Alfano?
I supported this partly because it had been successful in other public bodies, and I had never experienced that. And because one goal was to enable people to comment without having to wait sometimes for hours until the agenda item was taken up. And our hopes were that it would actually increase participation. And what I see is that we have a small group of people who comment consistently and who are complaining about the system, the new system. And I don't see appreciably more participation. Now, maybe 6 months isn't enough. But I still think there's value in allowing comment during an agenda discussion. I mean, part of Robert's rules allows for, there's a rule about when a person can speak a second time. There's no opportunity to speak a second time except at the end of the meeting after a decision has been made. So it seems to me that the spirit of the meeting is an open discussion between the council members and the public. And this rule doesn't encourage that, doesn't enhance that.
So I think I'm hearing two things here from Councilors Brown and Alfano. One is that an open discussion with members of the public is something that is desirable on the one hand. But Councilor Brown, I think what I heard you say is that public comment is important, but open debate with every member of the public is not what this process is, and that's not what public comment means. Public comment is an opportunity to share your view on something, but it's not the same thing as being a counselor and debating a topic back and forth with other counselors. Am I understanding correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good way to put it. And I would also say that when my first year or so on the council, I noticed that there were oftentimes when there was a topic that would come up, an issue that really clearly would have benefited from more of that kind of open discussion, people being able to ask questions and get answers and then, you know, back and forth. And I remember thinking, maybe it would be great if we identified some of those ahead of time sometimes, and then we had a portion of the meeting or a particular meeting where we kind of relaxed these rules and it wasn't so much, we weren't running it the same way, and we did have a more open kind of discussion. So I think that sometimes that's definitely helpful and called for, but then other times when it's not the structure of the city council function that we have currently.
Councilor Doyle, you're the only one that hasn't said anything. Do you want to? You don't have to.
No, sure. I mean, I actually really appreciate that distinction, right? Like the different, I mean, to me, that's like representative democracy, right? That we're elected officials to debate these kinds of issues and the public has the right to comment on it. And we take their comment into account as valuable, which it is, but it's not the same as participating as an elected official, right? I mean, I do have some thoughts that I'm happy to share. You know, from my perspective as the person that introduced this after speaking with constituents, the goal of the change of the rule of procedure was twofold. One, to increase public participation in our meetings, and two, to address an increasingly caustic environment that I believe is limiting the council's ability to conduct the city's business effectively. I think it is safe to say the first goal has not yet been achieved, right? I mean, I think that is a matter of data, right? I do think the second one has seen some progress, but I think that's just as likely due to the skill and tone of our mayor's facilitation, as well as the professionalism of our new city manager, as it is to any change in procedure. I think it's also important to note that from my point of view, no one has been materially harmed by this change in procedure. I'm not familiar, people might disagree with me, but a single instance in which someone was denied a meaningful opportunity to comment on the matters under consideration, which is what the statute calls for. And I'd like to actually read the statute that refers to public comment. At an open meeting, the public shall be given reasonable opportunity to express its opinion on matters considered by the public body during the meeting, as long as order is maintained. I mean, just think about what we've seen here tonight, right? Order being maintained, people having a reasonable opportunity to comment on the issue under consideration. I personally believe that our current public comment process is both reasonable and sufficient. I recognize and respect that others may feel differently. I also recognize that it's really kind of become a distraction, right? This is an issue that we've talked about repeatedly in the past few weeks as something that's really important to the people who are showing up. I don't know what we're going to do, but I would say if we return to the previous rules of procedure, I would ask that we be clear that the council expects public comment to focus on matters of policy. Too often, we've seen this forum used for the airing of personal grievances that at times has bordered on the performative. And I think that's frankly self-indulgent and a waste of the city's time. I would also suggest that if anything, we retain the opportunity, as Sal suggested, for people to speak during general and business and appearances on any topic, whether it's on the agenda or not. I think that that's important. The last thing, I would just provide two small anecdotes that are related, I think, really to the culture of the council and our work as they are to public comment. This week, or I guess it was last week, I went to the Downtown Historic Preservation Conference, which is held every 2 years. This year it was in St. Albans, had 300 people from across the state of Vermont that are interested in community economic development and the vitality of our downtowns. It was held in St. Albans because there's really a miracle has happened there in the past 20 years, if you're familiar with the history of St. Albans. And I listened to a presentation by the city manager, Dominic Cloud, who's been there, I don't know, I guess 20 years. They have one city council meeting a month that lasts 2 hours. In the past 15 years, they have added $160 million to their grand list. That's one anecdote. The second is I turned 50 this year. And for my 50th birthday, my 9-year-old daughter gave me a hand-drawn picture of Steve yelling at me. That was her impression of what public service in Montpelier looks like. And I think that that's very disappointing. And that's not what I want her to think public service is about. And that's not the public service that I want to be a part of. Like somebody said earlier, I think it was Dave, this is an incredible city. I see this as totally glass half full. There are good things happening and we're on the right track. But I think we need to do something about our civic culture if we're going to meet our collective goals. So what we do with public comment, whatever. I just hope we can keep our eyes on the prize about what we're trying to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you. So I see a few potential paths for us here. We could choose to extend this for another period of time. We could choose to revert back to the old rules, but I want to be clear about what that means. Or we could choose to, I think we said we would do this for 6 months. That gives us another 2 meetings if we wanted to just sort of like kick it down the road. That seems the least attractive to me, but that's just I feel like we should, one way or another, decide we're going to lean in and continue doing this, or we should go back to the old rules. Before we do, I would like to read what those rules are at the risk of making this meeting a little bit longer, but I think it's important that we all have a common understanding of, if we go back to the old way, what is it that we're going back to? So I'm going to read this, and then we're going to take some public comment. And then we'll entertain a motion and we'll have deliberation and discussion and we'll take a vote and something will happen or nothing will happen. Does that sound like a pretty good course forward? All right, buckle in. This thing is 3.5 pages long. I'm not going to read every bit. I'm going to skip over the parts that have nothing to do with public comment. Okay. I'm reading from the Rules of Conduct at Public Meetings adopted by Council on May 11th, 2022. Part of it, Ben, you just quoted from, but intent. These rules of conduct shall apply to city council meetings and all public meetings held by boards, committees, task forces, and the city consistent with the provisions of blah, blah, blah. Quote, at an open meeting, the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity to express its opinion on matters considered by the public body during the meeting, as long as order is maintained. Public comment shall be subject to reasonable rules established by the chairperson.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I think it's important to note that the blah, blah, blah is 1 VSA 312H.
Okay, thank you. I'll not gloss over parts that I find boring, but yes, that's very important distinction. Thank you very much. Whenever the term council is used herein, it shall also apply to the city's boards, committees, and task forces unless a group has adopted more stringent rules. Whenever the term mayor is used herein, it shall also mean the presiding officer of the board, committee, or task force. These rules will apply to all participants in meetings, whether attending in person or using remote technology, unless a distinction is made. 2, the City Council recognizes the importance of protecting the right of all members of the public to express opinions on the operation of city government and encourage public participation in the local government process. And I want to point out that I don't hear any disagreement from anyone on these points. The council shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the council, or the acts or omissions of the council. The council also recognizes the necessity for conducting orderly and efficient meetings in order to complete city business in a timely manner. All right. Still with me? She's lost it. 3, the council meets for the public of conducting the business of and making policy for the city government. The public is entitled to attend and observe these meetings. These rules are to provide for reasonable public comment and participation within the course of such meetings. The mayor, council members, city manager, and city staff will observe the rules of decorum and all other rules as applicable. The council reserves the right at all times to restrict discussion to members of the council and the council's invited speakers. I'm going to read that last sentence again. The council reserves at all times the right to restrict discussion to members of the council and the council's invited speakers. I am going to skip over some of these next paragraphs. General rules, one of them is about seating capacity. Just says we can't have more people in the room, and there will be other allowances made if there are too many people in here. 2 is about signs and placards that can't obstruct view. Number 3 is missing. Number 4, disruptions. Meeting attendees will refrain from behavior which will disrupt the public meeting. This will include making loud noises, clapping, shouting, booing, hissing, talking in a private conversation audible to other meeting participants, or engaging in any other activity in a manner that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I feel like that's an important piece. 5 is about unwelcome physical contact. Meeting attendees will refrain from creating, provoking, or participating in any type of disturbance involving unwelcome physical contact. 6 is about silencing electronic devices. 7 is about use of seats. Persons in the audience shall use the audience seats unless invited by the mayor or staff to sit at the presentation table or council seat. 8 is about messing with equipment. And then we're on to C. Addressing the city council. Members of the public may speak at public meetings if a time is specified by the mayor during discussion on any agenda item, or during the period set aside for public comment on the city council agenda, commonly referred to as general business and appearances, subject to the following general requirements. Until recognized as a speaker by the mayor, members of the public shall remain seated while the meeting is in session until recognized to speak or standing in line at the microphone. Persons who need to stand for medical reasons shall move to the sides or back of the room so as not to obstruct other attendees. Individuals participating by remote technology shall remain muted until recognized by the mayor. Is everybody still awake? All right, thank you. B, when public comment is permitted, members of the public wishing to be recognized by the mayor to speak shall either raise their hand or wait in line at the microphone. Members of the public participating remotely shall use the raise hand indicator provided by the communications technology platform. The mayor will recognize members of the public in such sequence as the mayor determines. C, when public comment is permitted, members of the public may speak only at times designated by the mayor. The mayor and/or council, at their sole discretion, may choose not to designate public speaking times on certain agenda items, with the exception of items designated as public hearings. I'm going to call attention to this because that piece there almost makes this exercise unnecessary. I mean, in my opinion, it's good that the entire council deliberated and went into it as a whole body, but technically was not required under the existing rules. D, when public comment is permitted, members of the public may speak once on any agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes. The mayor, at their sole discretion, may allow the speaker to go beyond 2 minutes for the purpose of concluding comments. If, at the sole discretion of the mayor, a person is recognized to speak a second time, such recognition will only be granted after all persons who desire to speak once have been granted that opportunity. I'm going to pause here. Are there any questions or comments thus far before I continue? Okay. E, when public comment is permitted, each person addressing the council shall proceed to the place assigned for speaking, speak into the provided microphones, and provide their name and place of residence in an audible tone of voice for the record. Persons addressing the council remotely shall give their name and place of residence in an audible tone of voice for the record. Fine. F, the mayor may rule out of order any member of the public who speaks without being recognized, who does not address the council from the established speaking areas, or who speaks during a time not designated for public comment. G, when public comment is permitted, comments shall be directed to the council as a body and not to individual members. Any direct conversation between a member of the public and a council member or staff member may only proceed with permission from the mayor. H, if an individual wishes to submit written information to the city council, they may give it to the city clerk or other city staff at the meeting for display or distribution. Individuals may also submit written testimony or comments in advance of the meeting. Written testimony or comments are public records, including those sent by email or text message. Two, general business and appearances. I think we can go through this rather quickly. A, during general businesses and appearances, members of the public desiring to speak may speak on any city government related matter and shall limit their comments to items not appearing on the agenda. What I hear from Councilor Alfano is that perhaps we should allow general businesses and appearance to be addressed on anything at all. And I'm just noting that was brought up. B, each person addressing the council during general business and appearances shall limit their comments to 2 minutes. C, any person addressing the council during general business and appearances who exceeds 2 minutes may submit the balance of their comments in writing, including electronic formats. D, each person addressing council during general business and appearances may only address the council once. E, the mayor will recognize members of the public in such sequence as the mayor determines. F, the mayor, members of the public, members of the city council, city manager, and other city staff may choose to respond to public comments during general business and appearances. but are not obliged to respond, a response from a city official does not open the issue for full discussion at that meeting. Generally, I don't think there's a lot of issue with anything in this section. We're in the home stretch here. 3, decorum to be maintained. Still awake? All right, good. A, order shall be maintained at each council meeting, and the mayor may order from the room any person who refuses to comply with the rules and regulations outlined in this section. B, city council meetings shall be conducted in a courteous manner. Members of the public and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free of slander, ad hominem attacks, and threats of violence. Sufficient warning may be given by the mayor at any time during the remarks, and in the event that any individual shall violate the rules of conduct herein set forth, the mayor may then cut off comment or debate. At the discretion of the mayor, a timing system may be used to track time for speaking and warning, and a warning indication may be used to signify that the appropriate time has passed. D, it shall be out of order for any individual to disturb or interrupt any meeting of the city council. Any individual who causes a disturbance of the meeting shall be warned by the mayor, or alternatively by a majority vote of council, that the conduct is interfering with or disturbing the order of the meeting, and shall be given the opportunity to cease the conduct constituting an interruption or disturbance. If, after warning, the individual fails to cease the offending conduct and continues to interrupt or disturb the meeting, the individual shall be asked by the mayor to leave the meeting. If the individual refuses to leave, the mayor may request that an officer of the Montpelier Police Department remove the individual. Once removed, the individual shall be barred from further participation for the remainder of the meeting. Persons attending remotely may have their electronic access terminated for the remainder of the meeting. E, the use of slanderous, obscene, or profane language, personally abusive attacks upon any person, physical violence or threat thereof, or other loud and boisterous behavior which disturbs or otherwise disrupts the orderly conduct of a meeting, and a failure to comply with any decision or order of the mayor or a majority of council shall constitute a disturbance. Personally abusive attacks include insults, discourteous comments, and defamatory statements. F, any individual removed from a meeting may provide comments in writing. The second F, there's some copy editing. If the audience or a part thereof becomes unruly, the mayor may either recess or adjourn the meeting. The Montpelier Police Department, in their sole professional judgment and discretion, may cite or charge an individual if behavior meets the criteria for disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace, harassment, or any other ordinance or statute. Neither the mayor nor members of city council nor the city manager may direct the police department to take any action other than removing an individual from the meeting. That is the end. Those are the rules of conduct that were adopted some 4 years ago. My understanding is that if we go back to the old way of doing things, we are going back to this. I'd like to point out that nowhere in here does it say that every member of the public shall have a guaranteed right to speak on every agenda item. It does say that there is a lot of discretion on the part of the council or the part of the mayor to either allow or not allow comment on individual agenda items. Councilor Alfano?
Well, and I see a problem with that. And I'm not sure we've followed that. I mean, I wasn't here in 22, but since 23, when I have been here, it was, I don't think we ever disallowed comment during an agenda item. The feeling was that the rule was, and obviously the rule is different, but I thought the rule was general appearances is a non-agenda item, comment on a non-agenda item. Public comment was during an agenda item, and it was assumed that all agenda items would permit public comment. It's clear from these rules that that's not the case. And the problem with that is that if someone comes to the meeting and waits for 3 hours and then finds out that the mayor or the council isn't going to allow public comment, that's not a good thing. And so we would need, I think, to solve that problem, maybe on the agenda, or, I mean, it gets a little more complicated if you're going to disallow, and we haven't disallowed it that often, if ever, actually. So it might not be that much of a problem, but
I think the issue is with the statute.
Councilor Doyle, go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry. I think the issue is with the statute that says, public meeting, people need to be given a reasonable opportunity to express an opinion on the matters before the council, right? And so they have to have that opportunity,
Yeah.
right? And it can either be, I believe, like, we can decide how that happens, right?
Yeah.
And so to me, that's why it's important that they should be able to comment on any item during general businesses and appearances, so they're not waiting for 3 hours.
Right.
And that also, you know, whether or not this is the will of the group, we can decide, well, we're not going to take public comment during the middle of this meeting on this issue, but we've offered the opportunity for people to comment either at the beginning or the end. Again, I recognize that it's different, but to your kind of fundamental point here, Sal, the public does absolutely have the right to comment on the items before the city, and we need to provide them with that opportunity one way or another.
I would also, one second. I would also just suggest that if the rule does not expressly say everyone is guaranteed an opportunity to speak on every agenda item, that we should first be clear and sort of disabuse the public of that notion generally, and then also be very open to engaging and having more public comment on items that feel like they really warrant that, whether that means announcing them at the beginning, sort of allowing people ahead of time to say, I would like to make comment on this during the meeting. There are also many ways that folks can raise their voices. It's not limited to these meetings, but your point's well taken. Councilor Brown?
Yeah, I wanted to read the next sentence in the statute, that the public shall be given a reasonable opportunity. Public comment shall be subject to reasonable rules established by the chairperson. And you've already made this point that that's the case, but I think it bears repeating that technically it's up to the mayor, all of this, and it's so much better. And so I'm glad we're doing this, that we all talk about this together and we all decide how we want to proceed. But at the end of the day, if there is a disturbance, if there is a lot of people who are here who want to speak and the mayor feels it's important, then the mayor can make that happen. And so I think that's really important to recognize. And I like that the discretion is with the chairperson. I like that we have a structure set up so people know what to expect. I think I would be more comfortable with sticking with public comment at the beginning of the meeting and then making adjustments as for individual items on the meeting. So like for tonight, you said at the beginning of the meeting, we're going to have public comment on this particular item so that people know that they will have an opportunity to speak. So maybe they won't, that maybe they'll speak about something else during general businesses or appearances, or maybe they'll speak about both times. But that instead of having the expectation be that every single agenda item, there will be an opportunity for anybody who wants to speak. I think it would be better to have some discretion over what makes the most sense based on what's happening in the meeting and what those items actually are.
Thank you. I just add that it does say, what my reading of it does say it's up to the discretion of the mayor or a majority of the council. So for example, if the mayor says, we're not going to have public comment on this agenda item, anyone could move that we do. And if there's a majority of the council that believes we should, then it's not solely up to the mayor. But one second, Councilor Cohn. Go ahead, Councilor Brown.
Just that those are our rules that we've made for ourselves.
Right.
And we can change those at any time. The law requires certain things that we can't change, but how we do it can change.
Thank you. Councilor Cohn, go ahead.
So as far as I understood from this discussion, whatever we do, we should go back that rules, right, that you read. because that's.
These are the existing rules.
Yeah. I wasn't here either, so they were adopted and we have been using it since I was elected in 2023. So I think the best thing, go back to that rules. Then if we feel that we need to change it, then we can always discuss, not in our meeting, but another time. But since we have already adopted and written rules, and it says, right, have the public comment and the agenda item based on the mayor's discretion, let's follow them. To me, I wanna hear everyone during the opening, during the agenda items at the end, but the rules are saying a different structure. They are mentioning a different structure.
Councillor Gill, and then when we will open up for public comment in a few moments. Everybody, thank you for your patience. Councillor Gill, go ahead.
I just have a question for Ben. Maybe you can or can't answer this, but from where we are now to where St. Albans is, meeting once a month for 2 hours and actually making significant progress, how do we get there?
I actually have theories on this if you want. I mean, two things.
Two.
One is Dominic's presentation is going to be available online on public access. I'm going to share the link with you folks because I think it's not really about this particular issue, but it's just about the story of St. Albans and what they've done over the past 15 years that I think is really instructive to watch. But like the truth is they have collaborative, visionary leadership and trust. And they also understand the distinction of governance. Right? At what level is the council operating and at what level is the city manager operating? And they have a relationship of trust. Mayors have changed, council members have changed, right? But they have a kind of culture there that I don't think happens overnight, but that is hard won, you know? And I really do think it's instructive to look at like the cities that are successful, South Burlington, right? Winooski, St. Albans, St. Johnsbury. You know, like I think if we look at these places and the culture that they have around city management and the council or the select board, I think it makes a difference. I would also just say Dominic, like, would come talk to us. I really believe that. He's done it before. And I think if we wanted to invite him to say, how did you get to this place? I think he would come and tell us.
Yes, because I think meeting for 8 hours a month is not productive.
Okay, appreciate that conversation. I want to pull us back to this, but I think that is a conversation worth continuing for sure. We'll go to Zoom first. We'll start with Mr. Goldman and then Mr. Kelman and then Mr. Bellini and then anyone in the room who would like to speak.
Thank you. I've been trying to take notes and keep up and try to keep it in some kind of sort of coherent fashion here. I would first say thank you. I appreciate you doing this tonight. We're talking about rules from 2022. And Mayor, I would say, Mayor Gwynn, you are not Jack. You are a very different human being, sir. There's a very different energy present when you're here. And I think we feel a very different spirit. So the rules that we may have to rely on may not even be the spirit of where you're at, brother. I wanted to speak about when this happened. I've been coming to these meetings since 1986, 34 plus years. And in 2017, we were desperate to get our master plan and bylaws done. It was rolling around to December. It was December. There were 350 to 400 comments. And in the room that I'm so happy to see you all back in, the double doors had to be open. We had people pouring into the hallways, and so we had no choice. Mayor Holler and the council decided we would have to have a shortened version of how we would approach this, or we'd never get through the evening. So I would suggest several things. One, think about that. I don't think it has to be all or not. I think there's going to be some evenings where you really do need it. If you have 300 people pouring out the door, you really do need to limit the participation. As far as the repetitive comments about speaking in the meeting, beginning of the meeting, that's by statutory right. So everybody has the spirit to do that. We're trying to get people to come here. We're trying to get people to move here. I can tell you a big reason why I moved here. Growing up in a downtown city, I came here because of open meeting law. because I was able to participate and raise my hand and be heard in Plainfield. I can't tell you how much that meant to me to feel part, that I feel part of a community, that I'm not disenfranchised. And so trying to look at my notes again, because, you know, we just listened for almost 45 minutes in silence, and I appreciate that we're able to speak. Just some of my other observations. As you said, the same folks seem to usually come and participate. If you really want to be heard, anybody is always welcome in the beginning of the evening. That's by statutory law. That has to happen. So why they would feel that that has to be a special provision for them, I really don't know, unless there is such a busy night. So I think you folks know, I don't usually speak that often, but I'm here till late at night. It does go late. And I do think you'll have more participation if people are allowed to participate during the agenda item. And if, oh, I think my beep just went off and I probably have to close.
Go ahead and wrap up. It's okay.
Okay, so I would wrap up with just trying to look a couple more things. I think a lot of it, Mayor, I wrote about you saying, you're not Jack. You are a very different human being. We see that. We feel different. I feel more welcome. I feel like the presence is different. I really enjoy your poetry at the beginning of the night. I enjoy grounding out. I find it very spiritual. And I haven't felt that kind of welcome in a long time.
Thank you, Alan. I'm feeling a little embarrassed and awkward now, but I appreciate the sentiment.
So I will close it on the last. Again, what truly brought me here to want to stay here was community, neighborhood, being able to participate, and coming to these meetings for 34 years. We never changed this till 2017. I hope you'll consider letting us participate again. And if it doesn't go well, maybe change it at that point. Thank you. And I appreciate I appreciate you all trying to embrace this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldman. He went for about 1 minute extra. What are you doing? 3 minutes? Okay. So please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes in the spirit of fairness. If you go over a little bit, I'm not going to shut you down immediately, of course. Mr. Kelman, go ahead.
Yeah, I have been watching city council meetings for less time than Alan Goldman, but I have sat through meetings with 4 different mayors, Holler, Watson, McCullough, and Gwynn. For the historical record, the rules that you just read, which if they had been enforced by Jack McCullough, would have taken care of, as much as any rules could, all of the circumstances that concern you. Those rules were written in 2022 after Steve was thrown out of a meeting for misbehaving. You can look at those rules and you'll see that that's what they were for. And once again, we now have this proposal, which, unlike the rules which you read, which I think are generally excellent and comprehensive and treat everybody the same, but this particular rule doesn't accomplish what you want. I hear this story by Ben about his daughter, and it's clear that this is about one person's behavior. Now, you've talked about the right. I'm not concerned about the right for me to speak. I'm concerned about the city council not benefiting from the knowledge that some people have. I watched city council meetings where Alan Goldman provided factual content that Mike Miller did not present. I sat here and listened to the woman who's now going to be the head of the new configuration talk about what goes on at the transit center, which I know for a fact is not what goes on at the transit center. I was on the My Ride committee as a representative of the city for 4 years. I know a lot. I could bring a lot to this conversation. Not my opinion. I keep hearing about opinion. There are people in this community who can bring some facts. James Moore brought some facts as being a builder. And I think that that's what's missing. You guys are not hearing from people who know some facts that you are not actually getting from your own staff sometimes, from people coming in sometimes. And I think that unless you are willing to open up this discussion, and it's not a matter of us wanting to make the laws and the rules with you. We know that it's up to you, but you need to base it on facts, and you don't have the facts. I mean, Adrian says, who owns the city, the transit center? She doesn't know that. She should know that. And I'm not attacking her for not knowing it, but you guys need to have some people who understand that, for example, the city pays for a part of the air conditioning. So why shouldn't that be a cooling center? The city pays for heating. So why shouldn't that be a warming center? That's my point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelman. Mr. Bellini, go ahead. Dave, it looks like you are trying to unmute yourself.
There, I did it. Oh,
Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, I got to take a class on this. Well, I don't know if I can add anything more of value. The way the rules were changed to me felt like, we were canceling the picnic because of a couple of ants, and I'd rather go on the picnic. So I'm sorry that some of you are affected the way you're affected by some acid-like comments and poor boorish behavior. I'm used to that. I worked for the corrections department. I worked in a prison. I was president of the state employees union. I'm a politics junkie. You haven't seen anything until you've seen union meetings. I mean, the Roman Senate had nothing on us with Julius Caesar, etc. But you guys this is a good council. I think you're up to the task of anything, really. I'd like to see the rules changed back because I think good government has a bias towards inclusion of the public, even if some ants get on the blanket. Well, that's probably all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bellini. Before we move to Mr. Hughes, I would just echo that I agree with you that good government, if we're going to err, we should err on the side of too much inclusion than not enough inclusion. Go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
Zach Hughes, just a brief comment. Yeah, I was thinking about this, Zach Hughes, Montpelier, and I'm just thinking about this and, reflecting. These rules are like, they come across as common sense, but the ants that are referenced in the previous comment are members of the public, one of the things with the transit center item is I have in past councils heard references continuous that the city owns part of that, and the question is, or owns it.
Mr. Hughes, I'm sorry. I'm just going to ask you to keep your comments to the public comment question at hand.
I am.
Thank you.
I need y'all to understand that this information that's delivered to you is supposed to be knowledge. We send you to the office to do the work, but you need knowledge sometimes, and we bring it to you. So the reason I referenced that item, which I won't repeat at risk being called out of order, is that we brought this item has been repeated numerous times, and yet tonight everybody's suddenly jumping up and saying, oh, we own this? What do we do with it? Or how can we connect with it? Why does it take several meetings to get this done? Why don't people listen? That is what we ask you to do. And I think that's why you get that pushback from the public really hard. And I just, but at the same time, y'all are the counselors and we're members of the public. We're not sitting in those seats. So our expectations are not the same. We're not going to be able to be those counselors. We send you to do the work. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hughes. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? Mr. Whitaker.
Steve Whitaker, Montpelier. I think a key point that Councilor Doyle made is in St. Albans, there's trust. And when folks have year after year after year ignored the public comments, swept it under the rug, never talk about it, of police abuses, of harassment of the homeless, of shopping carts in the river, I could go on and on. Not tonight, because I'll be out of order again. But we've got a dysfunctional city, and I don't know how to fix it other than calling it out until either the Deadwood get off the council or we get some serious resolve to change the dysfunction of the city. And that's why I do the work I do. You can call me an ant, you can call it, disruption, but it's change. It's necessary change. For this council to not know how many years I've been talking about, we own the transit center, we're not using it for those public bathrooms. I researched that a water line right in the corner of an empty bathroom that could handle a shower. I mean, that's been 2, 3 years, 4 years that this stuff has been mentioned. The homeless task force was formed at my urging, and 6 years later, you've done not one of the things that were on the original recommendations. So the rules of procedure for this council to not understand that rules of procedure are not an ordinance. They're not enforceable. Your time limits, your discretion, all that discretion, we have a right by law to speak to what is before the agenda. And I have a right. I had a right. I didn't exercise it to speak on the transit center because you should not have missed this opportunity to fix it. During this, we've got a homeless emergency, a bathroom emergency, a warming and cooling emergency. And y'all just, maybe we'll fix it by December. That makes y'all look like fools, okay? It makes you look like you're not here to do the work of the public. You're here to pretend. So the rampant discretion which you laid out in your interpretation of those rules is viewpoint discrimination. It's unconstitutional under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. You cannot discriminate and let certain people drone on for a half hour or 45 minutes and then say, oh, you get 2 minutes, cut you off, you're done. That's viewpoint discrimination. And I'm preparing to challenge that. It's not just facts you need informed opinions. And a lot of us have spent a lot of hard work doing the work that y'all aren't doing in order to learn what we know. So you've got a chronic disregard for law. And I pointed out again and again, even in this one instance tonight. And it's like, we don't care. We can get away with it. It's like the lawyer will give you half-assed advice and then charge you to fix it when you get you in trouble. Witness the reaffirmed October 8th meeting on March 18th. So
Your time is up. If you want to wrap up, you may.
well, I think I put most of my comments at the beginning of the meeting that in effect that it allowed you to have some structure of how this culture corrupted culture. It's not intentional, mafia type. It's a corrupted complacency and indifference and a culture of like, we don't want to talk about it. It's inconvenient. Okay. We bring this stuff for you so that you have to talk about it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Okay, we're speaking specifically about the public comment change at this time. Oh boy. Mr. Goldman, if you can keep your comments to 1 minute, I will allow you to speak again now that everyone else has spoken. I see your hand is raised and I sense that you want to speak again. If you could please keep it to 1 minute.
Well, and actually, I believe from what you folks read, that is my statutory right. So after everybody has finished, we're allowed to have a short second comment. And that's what I wanted to do. So thank you. I just wanted to speak to the part that I really left out. As I go to these meetings in so many communities, folks, there's a tremendous learning and growth that goes both ways when we're able to share ideas and expertise in a dialogue. And so I really do encourage that. If there are nights where it's just so busy that you have to close it down, I understand. But again, I just want to speak to that. There's so much growth that can happen in both directions when we're all allowed to participate. Thank you. And, good night, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. I appreciate your positive tone. I do want to just point out that you said speaking again is your statutory right. If we are going off of these rules, it does say if at the sole discretion of the mayor, a person is recognized to speak a second time. If a person is recognized to speak a second time, such recognition will only be granted after all persons who desire to speak once have been granted that opportunity. So it's really laying out that a person may only be granted that right to speak a second time after everyone else has had a chance. But this is a good example. I sensed that you wanted to say something. I knew you'd be able to keep it to the point and on task. So thank you very much for your comment. Yeah, Mr. Doyle.
Yes, if someone wants to make a motion, then we do it and otherwise move on.
Okay, let's do that. Would someone care to make a motion? Councillor Cohn.
Don't need to. Didn't you say? Because of the rules,
We're currently still in a 6-month trial period of the altered rules. So at this point, we should either choose to continue them for some reason and with some intentionality around data or whatever the goals are, or we should rescind those rules, which my interpretation would be to default back to the original rules, which is what I read out loud for us.
Okay, so we need it.
Councillor Brown?
I just want to clarify that we are currently operating under those rules. The only changes we've made are the amount of time that we give people to speak, which is within the mayor's discretion. It is written down. It's going to be 2 minutes here and 2 minutes. But it does not guarantee in those rules that people will have an opportunity to speak on every agenda item. It's something that may happen. So we're still operating under the same rules, but we have decided as a group collaboratively that we would like to do it this way or that way, which is, I think, healthy and good. But I don't think we need to.
Motion, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still under the rules.
I mean, it seems to me that, I mean, you both make a good case. As long as we have that collective understanding, we're not trying to pass some ordinance or statute or even to change the language of the existing rules. So am I reading the room correctly that we're okay to go back to this? And before we answer, I would just say, it's awkward for me in some ways to read these rules because so much of it relies on the discretion of the mayor. I happen to occupy that seat. Having said that, doesn't to me it doesn't. I don't feel like these rules are good because I'm the person who gets to have that discretion. I think the rules themselves, as Mr. Kelman generally agreed with, are well written and they're good rules. What I will say is that I think that if you entrust to me that responsibility, then I will do my best to run an effective meeting, to err on the side of more inclusion of public comment, but also to maintain order, which we must have if we are going to. And then I think that over time, and it will take time, culture shift takes a long time. But to repair that trust will take potentially years. We may not be there, but we have to start doing that somewhere. So I'll just offer that. Councillor Alfano, did you twitch?
Well, I don't think it's working the way we had hoped it's working, and I'm not sure why. I think there are agenda items where we we would welcome public comment during discussion of the agenda item. And I think we need to indicate that in the agenda so that people know in advance of the meeting how it's going to work. But I'm not prepared to alter this elaborate rule structure in this moment. I can work on it and maybe come back with something for next meeting.
Okay. So what I'm hearing without objection is that we're going to go back to the old rules as they were, but we're also going to be clear to the public that that does not mean a guaranteed opportunity to speak on every single agenda item. We are going to use the rules as written, and we'll continue to evaluate our performance, the effectiveness of meetings, the amount of public engagement we get, the amount of transparency that we provide. Am I hearing anything other than that?
I don't know. I kind of feel like we should actually have a vote on it.
We'll make a
right?
motion.
Like, I mean, I feel like I just want to be clear about what we're talking about, right? Like those rules of procedure that you read, we adopted, right? They might have been written in 2022, but we adopted them at the beginning of every council, right? So we operate under those rules of procedure. What we voted on almost 6 months ago was to do a pilot for 6 months of having public comment at the beginning and at the end of the meeting, right? As like a kind of, I don't know if it's informal or what, but it's a practice of this council. Right. And so it feels like there might be energy in the room to stop doing that and to just go back to the rules of procedure that you announced. But given that we voted on the kind of culture change, that shift to do this for 6 months, I think we should vote to either stop it or continue it. And I think if somebody wants to make a motion to stop doing it, they should do that.
Councilor Brown.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make earlier is that we don't have something to go back to. We decided we were going to do it this way for about 6 months and we could change our mind at any point. So I think that's where, it would be appropriate for a motion, but we could also just keep doing it the way we're doing it or take it meeting by meeting but we're not going, when we say we're going back, if by going back, people mean we're going to have time on every agenda item for public comment, then we need to vote on that because that's not what where I was.
Then I think a carefully crafted motion would provide some clarity. I know I would feel better moving forward if we said something and we all either agreed or it were 4-2 or 5-1 or whatever it is. Even 3-3 would offer us some clarity that there's no clarity. Would anyone care to offer a motion? And you don't have to vote yes on your own motion.
I'll move that we return to the former system. How's that?
I think the definition of former system is.
I'll move that we discontinue the practice. Is that what I want to
do? Take your time, but anybody else jump in. This is.
Well, I mean, I think if I don't think people should have to wait around for 3 hours to speak on agenda items. So at the beginning of the meeting, they should be able to speak on a future agenda item and then leave if that's the only way they can be heard.
I like that too.
But I also think that some discussions ought to have comment at the time the agenda item is taken up. If we can't distinguish which items those are in advance, then they should all be available. If we can figure out a way to distinguish, this agenda item will have comment and that one won't, and notify the public in advance, I'm all ears. But if we can't, I think we should allow it.
Yeah, I think there are 3 or 4 motions in that. So really, if it is not like state law or hard charter that we don't have to make a motion, just move on. Like, do we really need to make a motion? Everybody said that. I said we should just continue the rules you are reading, you read, right? Everybody make their, because there are so many motions in that. That's why I'm saying if there is one motion, I'm happy to vote on. But
I would agree with you that there's a lot in there, but I think that we currently have 6 different voices and there's not a clear will of council. Councilor Gill?
So maybe the first motion could be, you all know I'm not great at making motions, but about continuing or not continuing the pilot. I think that's like a clear decision.
You feel free
Right,
to make that
that's
motion.
Black and white.
That is clear.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you should pick one, right? To continue or not to continue.
Yeah, choose one and say,
Yeah.
I move that we do or do not continue.
okay. So I move that we close the pilot, end the pilot as of June 10th. Period.
That's it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right, we have a second. Is there any discussion or deliberation on this motion to discontinue the pilot as of June 10th, 2026? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Okay, any abstentions? All right, we have 4 in favor of discontinuing the pilot, 2 against, the motion carries. Are there any other clarifying motions that anyone feels we need to make? Or in the absence of that, we do have this document. Counselor Alfano, I hear and appreciate your comments about the need for some clarity for the public in advance. And I think we can strive to do that without needing to codify it into language today. But I don't make motions, I just run the meeting. Is that, I mean, and today's not the last council meeting, so if you want to do something at a future time.
So if we've discontinued the pilot, then general appearances, general business and appearances will be non-agenda items only. Is that the case?
I don't think it has to be. I think we have discretion to allow folks to speak on whatever they would like. Perhaps if for example, if there's a hearing,
The rules are actually a little confusing about that.
they are a little confusing. But I think that we're all intelligent and collaborative enough to work through it. And then when we find something that isn't working, bring it back for further
Well,
discussion.
my sense is that we really want to increase participation. We would allow people to speak under general business and appearances on any topic, non-agenda or agenda item.
Would you care to make that motion?
And we will get
Sorry.
we will get some people who will come to the meeting and leave. And we will also get, Peter Kellman, and Alan Goldman, and Stephen Whitaker, who will stay until the agenda item comes up. And that's fine too. They're going to do that anyway.
Yep.
And we discontinue the comment at the end of the meeting. So, we're lengthening the meeting at the beginning a little maybe, and we're shortening it at the end. So I will move that we allow comment on any agenda item or non-agenda item during general business and appearances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Is there any discussion on this motion to allow comment on any topic during general businesses and appearances? Councilor Brown.
I appreciate the spirit behind it. I'm very much in favor of more openness, and I think it is much better for people when they don't have to wait around for the agenda item to talk. But making this change would expand the amount of time that we have in our meetings for public comment, and I just think that's important to point out.
I would also I wonder, if it might make more sense to just be a little bit more deliberative about it and take some time between now and the next meeting to actually review the rules of procedure and not make this change on the fly, right? To actually go through it. And I mean, I agree, Sal, with in principle of what you're trying to do, right? I mean, I really do think the best chance of increasing participation is making people not have to wait around. Well, the best way to increase participation is to change the culture of our meetings. Second is to make people not have to wait around for 3 hours. Right. And so I'm all in favor of that. I just think we probably want to be really deliberative about it. I mean, we heard the rules tonight. It is confusing. There are contradictory parts. I think it might make sense to just take 2 weeks, go through it and find that change and clean up anything else if we need to.
Yeah, that's fine with me, but we've had a motion and a second, haven't we?
Yes. So I believe you can withdraw the
Can I
motion if
withdraw?
you want, or we'll vote on it.
I'd be happy to withdraw it so long as we have a plan to, in fact, address the issue and take it up again in what, a month, two meetings from now?
I do think 2 meetings is probably good. The next meeting agenda is already
Right.
full.
Yeah.
It's very packed, so.
In terms of who's going to do the work, Sal, if you want help or collaborate on it or something, or I don't know what process for doing this, but I'm happy to be helpful if I could be to either you or to staff.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think we could, maybe we can come up with something and share it with folks informationally and then discuss it at the meeting.
Thank you.
All right, I'll withdraw the motion under those conditions.
Great. Unless there's any further objection, we are going to move on to the next agenda item. Seeing no objection. Thank you very much, everybody, public included, for an intense and deep conversation about what our priorities and values are. Acting Manager Prim, would you like to give us an update on the homelessness tasks that are in front of us?
Yes, I will. So thank you. I'm also gonna tee this up too for Matt Jelasik, our Economic and Community Development Specialist, who's going to help us out on this, as he is the staff liaison to the Homelessness Committee. And he has been more directly involved in the work than I have, as my previous role as communications coordinator. I was tangential to the work, so he'll be able to give you the meat of the update. But I'll tee it off just by saying that, so both he and I regularly attend the Montpelier Live Business Association meetings, as does Jim and other members of the council, which is great. And at this recent meeting, we talked extensively about homelessness, but also about disruptive behaviors downtown. And I just wanted to note that we've mentioned this before, but just being careful how we talk about those two issues, because as they are separate, not painting all things with a really broad brush. So as we address this issue, it's just, I think, important to note that when we're talking about disruptive behaviors, we're not insinuating that is coming from a homeless person. And so to that fact, we talked a lot about some of the positive takeaways from that meeting were a request from city staff to develop an FAQ on not only like what the city is doing, but responses that business owners can use to be partners in just making our downtown more accessible and enjoyable for everybody. So Matt and I are working on that in collaboration with the Homelessness Committee. So we should have a draft of that ready to share by the end of the week. And so that is where I'll leave it off and pass it over to Matt for the more detailed update. And Matt is joining us on Zoom.
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you.
I'm going to share just an outline so that you know what I'm going to be talking about. Evelyn covered the first 2 points quite well. I just want to point out that the city is going to have a challenge soon. The Unitarian Church cold weather shelter is closing, and we're going to need to find an alternative. The discussion with the Homelessness Committee about picnic tables is ongoing. Zach and I are working together to try to find a field trip where the Homelessness Committee could visit the sites the city staff had visited previously and see if any of those would make good places for picnic tables for people to be during the day. I've been attending regularly the Situation Table with Officer Kevin Moulton and many other people from the region. It's been instructive and really, I think, useful for the city, for me and Kevin to be there, because then we have a sense of how other communities are handling some of the challenging situations with their homeless population, and so we can learn from that. Another long-term issue that I think should be brought to the council sooner rather than later: the cost of food is going to increase at least 8% in the fall, and that's going to also be a time when the pressure of fuel oil is going to make many people housing insecure. We need to start thinking about the numbers of people who may become housing insecure in our community sooner rather than later. And I think one of the most clear ways we can help is to ensure that the food pantries and that the Meals on Wheels program that the city provides are well funded and well stocked. Homelessness is a housing issue. The reason we have more homeless people than other communities is because our housing costs more. That is the most important thing to understand about homelessness. One of the things that I've started to work on is this Thrive, which is run through the hospital, which is taking on 3 issues: mental health and substance use, access to healthcare, and housing. I've been asked to co-chair the housing committee of this group, working with Tess Taylor from Barry so that the 2 of us can coordinate better, and I think that's important. One of the most important things is finding a broader range of affordability for housing. I spent a few hours in Burlington with Jonathan Farrell, who's the director of COTS, which is offers many different housing options and services in Burlington. But the one model that I was most interested in looking at was single room occupancy models that they have effectively been had in place for decades now. I think single room occupancy as a model could be a very useful tool for us to find permanent housing for some of the people who are looking for it. The real advantage is that the single room occupancy rooms, the ones they have in Burlington, they charge $575 a month, which is a much more affordable rate than some of the affordable housing that we have elsewhere. And more significantly, it doesn't cost $500,000 per unit to produce. And it was the model that almost all poor single people in the United States used before the 1980s, the Reagan administration. It's a model that has a long-standing history, and I think we should be exploring it. And that's what I was talking to Jonathan about, and he was very supportive of us exploring that as well. He thinks it's a good model for them as in Burlington. That's it for the updates. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there questions from council? Councilor Gill, thank you.
Thank you for that update. One of the, I guess, gaps, and I don't know, Matt, if you guys have talked about this at the homelessness committee, but I did forward along a couple years ago, there was a proposal for an education organization to come in. And I was wondering if there's been any discussion about an education component of this work and working with the schools, potentially bringing in a consultant and, talking about, just classism and, economic diversity. I think it's important topics to talk about in our community. And I think an education track would be an important piece of this complex puzzle.
And yes, thank you for that question. It's a great question. And in fact, it came up today when I was at the situation table. There's a small grant that is on my radar. And Tess and I talked about the possibility of using that small grant to produce a program exactly like what you've described, an education program to help people understand in the communities. Now, the grant has to be, it can't just be Montpelier, it has to be regional or multi-jurisdictional. And so coordinating with Barry and Berlin would be a nice idea anyway, since many of the homeless people who are in the area rotate through those cities, through all 3 cities. So that's something we're definitely looking at, and it's something that the situation table is discussing, and the Thrive organization as well as discussing education as an important goal.
Can I I think I'm hearing 2 different things. I just want to clarify. And Councilor Gill, you might have been said, Mr. Jelasik, I think I hear you talking about education for the unhoused population.
No, education for the general population about the unhoused population.
Okay, thank you. Then you are talking about the same thing, I think.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, I did send an email. There was, I think, I don't know who, it might have been Meredith Warner, and maybe Ken was a part of the committee at the point, it was a couple years ago, but they did get RFPs, and there was an organization called Think Again, and they submitted a whole proposal. So it might be worth just looking at what they submitted, the ideas of what their trainings were, how much it would cost. I mean, just to get a benchmark as to what is out there. I mean, they're still around. I looked at their website, just so that you're not starting from scratch, and that work was done previously, just to kind of build upon that. That's all. So,
Yep.
Also, I do believe that Washington County Mental Health offers training in this kind of area. I'm not sure if it's a good fit, but I know you're already in contact with them.
There,
Councilor Sheridan. Oh, sorry, Mr. Jelacic, finish your thought.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was in Washington County Mental Health is usually at the situation table meetings, are always there, but for some reason today there were a number of absences. There was some sort of training, so they weren't able to participate in that conversation. But we'll follow up with them.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Go ahead.
Just an update on the community fund that we just voted on last meeting. Every food item that was brought to us, we fully funded, knowing that prices were going to rise and that there was going. But I will say this, as somebody who's lived a life, food really is the third down problem. Having a place to sleep is the number one problem. Also, having some money to try to get out of your situation is the second. It's not just a homeless problem, it's an income inequity problem too. You rarely will see a person that is said to have died of starvation in this country. There's food pantries, there's SNAP, there's all kinds of, there's dumpsters, there's all kinds of ways to get food. That's the least of the three problems. Getting a place to sleep that you're safe in, which I found was probably one of the scariest things. But then again, I wasn't operating in Montpelier Bay. I was operating in the big city, so it's a little different. But also getting some kind of income or some ability that if you do get a place, it's no good if we give everybody a house and they can't pay the bills to have it. So to me, it's income and housing. They're almost an equal thing of the problem. But food, I think, is pretty much taken care of. And I think what we have to think about here is, and last year it snuck up on us, it's the middle of June, but before we know it, it'll be the middle of September. And cold will be coming on, and there right now is no solution to where people are going to go on a really cold night or even a pretty cold night. So I think we have to think about that rather than waiting until August or September and saying, oh, gee, we better get going on this. It's usually too late. So
I think you're echoing something Mr. Bellini said earlier, that the best time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining. Right? Other questions or comments from council? Okay. Just one general question I have, and I'm sympathetic to the fact that a lot of this has fallen directly on Manager Curry's plate, and we're in a unique sort of week where she is in the process of relocating her family. And so there's a lot going on there. I think that the question that is going to come up for us is, at what point do we go from working on the list of tasks to a specific proposed action that we can take? And so I'll be anxious to hear about that when we meet again in a couple of weeks. Anything else from council? We're not going to take public comment at this time. All right, we're going to move on to the next item. Council reports. Ms. Prim, do you want to say anything about this before we jump in?
For council reports?
Sorry, the committee council reports.
Sure. I'll just start by saying, so we included in the packet the list of the 17 active committees. And so all of those are currently meeting regularly, have staff assignments. The ones that usually end in commission have a dedicated staff person that is not, they all have a council member, representative, and a staff liaison, except for the ones that end in commission, because those are usually statutorily required. And so that is included there. And I have had the pleasure of participating in just about every single one of these over the years. And so looking forward to continuing our discussion and hearing from council.
Did everybody get a chance to review this document and is it accurate to your understanding? No. Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? I think that the committee structure ties directly into the broader culture shift, how we take public comment. Not all public comment and providing knowledge needs to be done here in this council on every single item if our committee structure works the way that it probably ought to. So I think that's a longer term project that we're working on. Councillor Sheridan and then Councillor Doyle, if that furrowed brow is a comment.
I just want to say that there is one committee that I was listed on that I stepped off of, and that's the capital projects. And the main reason I stepped off on it was because it was held on right ahead of a council meeting. So you came in at like 5, and if it was 11 o'clock, it was just 6 hours. It's just too long on my back to be involved in that. So if I'm going to be the third member of that, I want the meetings not on a council. And I understand that it was probably for the staff's benefit that, the staff could be there early and then go into maybe if they had to be in the meeting. But it just, for somebody like me who's not paid like staff, it becomes a hardship at my age and with my physical condition to go that long with one meeting right into the other. So if that's how it's going to be, then I will continue to stay off it and somebody else will have to step up. If we're going to move it to another day, then I would stay on it.
Okay, thank you. And we already, the document lists 3 counselors. There's not a need to have 3 there. So if it's a hardship for you, then I think we just amend the document to include the other 2.
Mr. Mayor, what are we looking for here? Just like confirmation that these are the things we're saying, or are we looking for comment on our experience on these committees, or are we looking for updates from each of these committees?
I think getting updates on your experience at the most recent meetings would be helpful. I think that comment on how we rewrite and change this is for another meeting.
Okay.
Would you like to go first?
I can do that if I understand what we're doing. Yes, I'm happy to provide some comments. First, I would say generally, I don't attend all of the committees that I'm assigned to regularly. Like the Tree Board, the Public Arts Commission, they're doing excellent work. I don't have the capacity to attend those meetings. I don't know, Sal, I'm sure will give an update on CCR. I don't even know how many meetings we've had at this point, but it's a lot. And so I have reached out to them and I get updates from them and have things that I can share from those committees that I think are really valuable. I can do that now or during my counselor report, but I just kind of want to say that in general, that I still believe we have a lot of committees, and I think we really need to kind of echoing Jim's point a little bit, consider our capacity and how our time is best spent. That's, I guess, what I would say. If I could, I would just put in a plug for those 2 committees. The tree board's doing amazing work. They're planting so many trees. They're very grateful to the Parks Department for having the kind of tree nursery at Country Club Road. If, I would say to anybody who's really looking to get involved in hands-on, get your hands dirty, the tree board is the place to do it. I don't know if it was Marcus Aurelius, but there's the Greek proverb, the great societies are the ones that plant trees the citizens will never sit under. Right? It's a wonderful thing. They're a great group of people working really hard. On the Public Arts Commission, they felt a little bit, I think, disrupted by our kind of committee discussion where they really stopped meeting for a while because we had put them on hold. They are meeting again regularly. They have money in their kind of bank account budget to put towards projects. I was extremely impressed to hear from Ward, their chair, about how they're leveraging private money on art projects. For example, I did not know this, the mural at Shaw's. The Public Arts Commission is responsible for that happening, but they only put in $5,000 of kind of public funding to make that happen. It's a $20,000 project, right? They got the Parmelo family to contribute the rest. And I think that kind of mural adds an enormous amount of vibrancy to our downtown. think we're really lucky with a lot of murals we have in downtown, and they have leveraged private funding to make those happen. And I think equally important, Montpelier Alive does some great work of putting together some art installations as well. But the Public Arts Commission is really the ones that are responsible for taking care of these things. So when something breaks or needs to be damaged or there's tagged or whatever it is, they're doing a really huge public service. And, you know, frankly, I know money's tight and there's so many things that need more funding, but for the amount of value that we're getting from the tree board and from the Public Arts Commission, we're not putting in enough money. So that's my plug for those two committees, and Country Club Road, you'll talk about that, I'm sure.
So I'll ask you a quick question, and
Sure.
the question will sort of go to everyone. Apart from money, is there clearer guidance that we as a council could be giving them so that they can be supporting the work that we're trying to do here?
I think we need to task and trust them, right? So like what I heard from the Public Arts Commission is like, we're supposed to give them $30,000 a year. We never do, right? But when we do give them money, then we have them come up with projects and come back to us to approve the project. It's like, they're a committee, trust them, give them the money to do, if we're going to give it to them, let them do their process and then come back to us at the end of the year and say, this is what we did, right? Rather than like, why are we approving a $2,000 art project? Like they should have the, we should trust them to do that work. And if they don't do a good job, then we'll get a different committee.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Cohn.
Thank you. So I am serving on two different committees in this cycle. So one of them is Montpelier Alive Board, and Katie did a great job. The only thing I want to add, maybe we can think about if there's any budget in the community service in our strategic plan, 5-year plan, because we have a community service heading. I don't know if there's a budget tied to it, or maybe we can find some way to support them with this July 3rd celebration. And also maybe big companies just like operating here, and it's a national event, right? It is not only for us, for our community. So maybe they can also support. Maybe they can take some of the financial, I will say, burden each year. So I just want to bring this to our attention. So if we can use the community service heading in our strategic planning to tie and help Montpelier Alive with this, or can we find another way to support them? And Kate also listed some of the suggestions. And the other committee I served on is the youth committee. And this year we attended Future of Vermont Education project, and there were 5 different school districts, and we met from October to February every month for 3 hours. And they wrote a report, and they presented that report on February 13th to the Vermont House Education Committee. And when I read the updated education reform, the bill passed, I can see that some of the signs or some of the work we've done all these months. And I think it was a great experience for the youth committee member. And also I visited Newspaper Club and we talk about city government and as a Montpelier residents, what kind of things they can ask from us or how they can contribute. And I shared with Kelly before. So the input they gave to me, homelessness is the big issue. So they mentioned the bike path, library, and generally downtown. And they said their parents sometimes not feeling safe to send them those places. And they also mentioned if there's education, because we start talking and I said, you know that there are different layers, like not all the people, like I will not go to details. They said, oh, we didn't know that. So they said, we wish there were some kind of training or workshop education. So maybe we can tie it with the homelessness update or projects we are doing. Then the other thing that they talk about, how it is difficult to navigate our website. Couple of them trying to apply for a job for the pool. They couldn't find the application form. They just lost. And these are like tech savvy, like a very quick people, right generation. And also another feedback was about paying the parking tickets. And when you miss the date, then suddenly you have to come here in person, you have to file form. And they were really surprised why this is such a long process, and also lots of printing out, signing and everything. And I said, welcome to adult world, but maybe we can do something about it. Then I attended Pizza for People, and I talk about youth committee to recruit more members. And also I attended their popcorn day, and we talk about voting, because seniors can be registered for voters automatically when they have their permanent driving license. So we talk about where they can go, to ask for absentee ballot. It was only for seniors. And then next steps, we are planning to have monthly visits. And anybody, and Mark mentioned that he would be interested in coming with me. So I'm just like letting you know, we can go together. When we have the schedule, I can share with you. And also the current members, their term is ended. So next year will be for youth committee recruiting new members. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sheridan?
Well, we've already talked about one of my committees that I'm on, the homeless, so we've gotten that update. If you read the city manager's report, this last one, you saw she included what I said about the community fund. So, and we're done now until next year, because we only meet to, distribute the funds. It's been voted on, so that takes care of that one. And the third committee, I'm on a couple committees, but they both are the senior center. I'm on their finance committee, and I'm the liaison to their advisory council. And if the rest of the city operated as well as the senior center is operating, we'd be in a lot better shape, because they basically pay for themselves for the most part, except for kind of the salary of the director. They bring in a lot of money, and the finance committee is very good about keeping the feet to the fire. They're the ones that kind of got Feast, which is now known as Meals on Wheels, turned around, and it's doing much better. So right now, the senior center is one of the better operating parts of our city. And that's what I'm seeing when I go.
All
That's
right.
it.
Thank you, Councilor Sheridan. Councilor Alfano?
I am currently on two committees, the Country Club Road Subcommittee and the Complete Streets Committee. The subcommittee met today for the first time since the revised proposals were submitted by DEW and Chinburg. We had some discussion. We want to do some financial analysis, so we've scheduled another meeting for the 18th. And between now and then, we'll get a sort of a standard pro forma against which to weigh and measure the financial material that the developers provided. Both developers responded pretty well to the requests that we made to them for revisions in different ways, but they both changed their plan. So it's looking promising, but as we said in the meeting, it's really going to come down to the math. We're going to see if what works, what doesn't. So we'll know more probably after next week. The Complete Streets Committee is a remarkable committee. They have trouble fitting their agenda on one side. There was a complaint from Corey Line, who's the staff member. Can we just get this on one sheet? they're very busy folks. And a couple of things came up that I think we ought to be aware of, and that raised a couple of questions for me. So if I may, it'll only take a minute or two. One is the Elm Street is coming up for redesign, all of Elm Street. So starting in Elm Street and going all the way out Route 12 to the city line. And that redesign, it's a state road, so it's, the state will do it. It's about 5 years out. And the committee believes that a bike lane ought to be a part of that redesign, and that makes sense. It's heavily used by people, particularly kids, head down to the park and the recreation fields. They're gearing up for that. They do not, however, feel that they have the support of the council. I was disappointed to hear that. I think it's fallout from the East State Street vote, but I'm trying to encourage them and repair that situation. But they're what they're worried about is that this will get lost in the shuffle, and before we know it, the Elm Street design will be there, and they, it'll be last minute trying to squeeze in a bike lane. So I just want to put it on your radar. I doubt I'll be sitting in this chair in 5 years. Some of you may be, but I'll also be talking to Kelly about it. But it's an issue they're concerned about. But this issue of support for complete streets, I mean, it's a statutory requirement. We ought to all become familiar with what it's about. And the other half of it is the committee can expect that every solution is going to be 100%, meeting their standards. So we'll work on that. Katie mentioned something about bike racks. The idea came up since Red Hen moved in downtown, there's been a lot of traffic and a lot of bikes parked sort of haphazardly. And they're wondering if there's a way to put bike racks in parking spaces like parklets. And I think that would be possible. I just don't know what the process for that is. So my question is for the acting city manager. I don't know what that process is. How do they gain permission? Probably the same process as a parklet. I'm not sure what that process is. So if you could pass that along to Kelly.
Yeah, they will.
They also are very confused about the committee restructuring and wondering if there's an opportunity for them to contribute to the document. So they're wondering when will the document be completed? When will the final version be available? And can they, in the meantime, contribute to it? And I didn't have the answer to those questions. Lastly, two of my committees were dissolved. One is the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, and the other was the Energy Committee. So I'm not exactly free as a bird, but after the subcommittee closes, I could jump in with trees, or I mean, wherever needed if we need someone. So
Great, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the willingness. Councilor Brown, go ahead.
Sure. I'm on sort of 4.5 committees, I would say, which I didn't realize it was that many until just now when I had that up. So the half a committee is that there is a scholarship, the Harry S. Sheridan Scholarship, that is given out to Montpelier High School students every year. And a requirement is that somebody from the city council be a part of that process. And so I've been doing that for the past 3 years. I think I've done it now. And it just involves a couple of meetings with the guidance counselor at the school and looking at these applications. And I got to say, it's a joy. It's a real pleasure because, to see all these amazing things that these kids are doing and their plans for the future, and to be able to feel like we can be kind of part of supporting that a little bit is really great. So that's kind of my half committee, and it's not really a committee exactly. It's not on here, but I think it's important for us to remember that. Another one, just, I'm not part of this, but the TW Wood Gallery Board is one that needs that the mayor's on or the mayor's designee. And it's not exactly a committee, but it's something I should remember that.
I am on.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm also on the housing committee. The housing committee's been doing a pretty good job, I think, of keeping the city council mostly updated on what they're working on. It's an incredibly active committee. It's very well structured and very well run. They're working on looking at vacancy ordinance possibilities, at short-term rentals, looking at kind of picking up where the city passed a requirement that short-term rentals be registered, but then we've done nothing about it. And that was like, none of you were here then, right? Is that before everyone's time except mine? It was a really long time ago. But you were there, okay. So they're kind of picking that up again and looking and saying, well, what do we want to do with short-term rentals overall, and kind of looking back at those questions. As well as there is a group that's working on looking at all of our development regulations and trying to figure out where there are ways that we can simplify, where we can streamline, where we can perhaps totally overhaul in some ways, and to make it easier for people to build housing in Montpelier, basically. And then the last thing about the housing committee is they have a special meeting coming up next week where they're going to be approving the final revisions to the Housing Trust Fund guidelines, and then also talking about providing input to the Country Club Road Committee and to the selection process. So you'll hear about that. Homelessness Committee. We've heard a lot about homelessness committee. There was at our last meeting, there was some discussion about really wanting to up the urgency level of, this is an emergency situation we're facing. We've got to find something to do, something that the city can do. So the city's been talking about, are there camping areas? Can we use City Hall basement more? And they just really wanted to impress on us, on the city council, that this is an emergency situation, and that there are proposals out there are discussions that are happening with the city staff, and that we should try to do what we can to move those along. And I know Kelly's not here, so there's only so much that can happen at this moment, but I just wanted to stress that urgency that came from them. And then the last one is the Recreation Advisory Board, which is one I only very recently realized I was even on. I think it was the last time this list came in front of me, and I went, oh, and it's really interesting because I had been thinking that might be an interesting one for me to be on, and I might be interested in learning more about that. So I've only been able to go to one of their meetings so far, and it's really focused. The meetings have been very focused on Arnie sharing what's happening in the recreation department with the advisory committee, and talking about the enrollment numbers for summer camps, which are, they were full like instantly, which I didn't quite realize. And getting the pool ready. And then, they were talking about having volunteers at the pool, and Adrian stepped in and organized some of that cleanup, which was really great. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilor Gill.
So I sit on the CCR committee. That's it, because that's all I have to give. I think I made that very clear when we went through the list. That is all I have, and it takes up a lot of time. But I did want to go back to what Sal asked, and I looked it up. And maybe Evelyn, you can get an update on this, but whatever happened to the policy proposal for the committees? The last time we talked about it was April 8th. So we presented a policy looking at the structure, we commented on it. I think everyone provided comments, but then what happened? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the document.
Yeah. So April 8th, I think, was the last time we had that.
I'm happy to jump in on that. So that has been something that Kelly has been actively working on in addition to everything else. But she is planning to bring that back either at the end of June or very early in July. So that is we had actually talked about having this conversation as part of that conversation. So there will definitely be more to come soon on that when we have a draft policy that we can bring back. And
it's currently sitting on the on the list for the next meeting, but there are a lot of things sitting on that list, so.
Can I say something when everybody's done?
Yes, Counselor Cohen, one more thing, and then.
Yeah, so I was planning to put the request to add the agenda next meeting, but now we are saying it is full, maybe following one. I've been receiving lots of feedback and input about accessibility in Montpelier, and some of our residents are having hard time to go one place to another, especially when they are having wheelchairs. So is there any chance we can have an update from ADA committee, like what has been done, what are the plans, what is next? And I will also bring like very specific feedback from the people I receive. Then I will share it with you when we have this on an agenda item. But it will be great if we can hear from ADA committee.
Yeah, so that one was, I was going to say that, so that one was one of the committees that has kind of been absorbed by staff at this point. And at that, if my memory serves me correctly, that the Kelly Murphy, when we were having this conversation back last year, that really, like, Chris Lumber's position is the entire committee charge. So now we have one person doing that work, and it's internal, and so we can definitely work that in as part of, because it's still very important work. So we'd be happy to add that to the conversation.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown, did you have something else to add to that? Okay. All right, thank you very much for those. Yes, Mr. O.
Just, it's amazing to hear all the work you all are doing. Just a gentle reminder that you're all also part of two other bodies, the Board of Abatement and the Board of Civil Authority. And in fact, the Board of Abatement has a meeting coming up June 23rd on Tuesday, which, well, I think you all got emails about, but just a gentle reminder.
Thank you. So I'll point out that it is 10:30. And part of that is because I took 45 minutes to read this entire document. However, we have a few more items on our agenda. I think, we did, anyway, other business is number 12. That's where we are now. Is there anyone, we'll start in the room. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on any topic? We'll go for it.
I'll speak, Steve Whitaker again, speak to the homelessness issue. The committee couldn't get a quorum at the last week's meeting. I found a quorum member, somebody whose phone and transportation were unreliable. I handed her my phone so that they could vote to move forward on the proposal from Beth Ann Meyer to move forward on camping and hygiene. But the fact that we got a homelessness issue on the agenda for every meeting, but it's turned into a staff checkbox, and apparently Matt doesn't know that the shelter at the Unitarian Church closed 10 days ago. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic that y'all are not taking seriously that folks need hygiene and need a safe place to sleep at night. And it's, you're violating the law by fencing off one of the places that they used to sleep and posting another as sensitive area, and no one is feeling any compassion, any obligation, any legal ethics to actually rise to this emergency. And Beth Ann's, well, she should speak for her own proposal, but a proposal that you can't put too many unsocialized people or whose social skills have atrophied and are in drunken brawls almost every day into one area. We need to use many small areas around town and arrange the hygiene. I'm aghast at how ineffective this is.
Thanks for that. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Seeing none, we're going to close other business. We'll move forward to council reports. Does anyone have anything to add beyond your committee reports? Councilor Doyle.
Well, I forgot that I'm on the housing committee, and I do go to those meetings regularly. It is an excellent group. They actually had a meeting, I believe it was Monday, here, where it was a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and the Housing Committee, where they did two things. Really, it was about looking at like the planned land use maps that are going to be under review for the Land Use Review Board that will determine things like like the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 areas that really will provide. Am I on the timer? Oh, let me timer. I'm getting anxious. Yeah, I feel you, Steve. That will really just talk about future land use in our city, and it's actually really important, and it'll intersect with a lot of what's happening at Country Club Road. So it was really good to have the housing committee there with the planning committee. They didn't really go deep onto Country Club Road, but they're planning on looking at the proposals at an upcoming meeting and providing feedback. I'll also just speak to the proposals. Like we did have, I thought it was a really productive conversation today. I think like for me, it was just super exciting to see two proposals that are worthy of real consideration. And, it's exciting. It's exciting that people believe in the project enough to put that much work into it. And I think we have things really worthy of conversation. As Adrian and Sal already said, it's really, there are definitely approaches that are different. I think math is going to be huge just in terms of like what actually benefits the city. And, but it's just in a really exciting place. And I think there's a point at which we have to balance like evaluating these projects and really being diligent and doing our due diligence, but also as a council championing these projects, right? This is not going to happen unless we as a community stand up and say, we want this to happen. And, one of the things that I heard in that presentation around St. Albans is that they've been successful because their council and their city manager goes out there and sells these projects. And I kind of reflected on that of like, are we doing enough, right? To like, we're evaluating CCR, but we need to also stand up for it and say, if we have confidence in it, then we need to stand behind it and move forward in it. So that, and then the second thing I want to just report on is this isn't really with my council hat on, but it's important to the city. There's been some media reports. There's an article in Digger, I think yesterday, and there's one in 7 Days Today about the federal building, 87 State Street. It's going up for auction starting on June 15th. And on last Tuesday, we formed a group of us formed a local development corporation that we had voted to provide Kelly with authorization to participate in that. So other participants are like National Life, Vermont Mutual, Union Mutual, Downstreet, the Regional Planning Commission, the Regional Development Corporation, my organization, Preservation Trust, Foundation for Resilient Montpelier in the city. So that has been incorporated as a nonprofit organization. We're working with partners, the Department of Economic Development, to try and secure some funding to potentially participate in an auction. But it's really more about trying to work with a willing and competent developer that could maybe have something positive happen there. We're really looking at this as like an enormous opportunity for the city of Montpelier to address economic development goals really related to housing on the back parking lot and just trying to shape a positive outcome for that property. And frankly, to prevent the alternative, which is an undercapitalized speculative investor who doesn't have the capacity to do anything with the building and it sits for 20 years. So I think it's also another kind of opportunity for this community, the community, not just the council, but like the community to rally around and say, what kind of positive future do we want for our downtown? Like, these are the kinds of moments where people need to step up and fight for a positive future. So anyway, that's, I think, a positive development on trying to make lemonade out of lemons of that federal building.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Cohn, anything?
So we lost Langdon Street Tavern. So it is very upsetting to see that they are gone and because of the renting issue. So I hope with the housing committee active initiatives or other things, we can also help our businesses. And I don't know how much we can do, but like all these years and seeing them gone, like we celebrate new businesses, but I really want to keep our current businesses. So I was there. There was a kind of people go there and just like show our support and appreciation. It was very funny, but when my daughter used to go to ballet workshops, like next to that place was our like waiting area, and it was always happy because they provide good service. Yeah, I just want to mention their name again, and people were very happy having them there. Maybe in the future, the owners, maybe they want to start another business here. But it was a nice farewell for them, because next day they just like close them, gone. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you. Councilor Sheridan?
I just want to say, for the first time, gosh, in maybe 30 years, apartments are opening up in this city. My lady is looking for one, and I don't think I've seen that many apartments for decades. I mean, it's always been way back in 1999, we had a 1 to 2%. So that's like almost 30 years ago. And now there's just a lot of apartments opening up. You see them on Front Porch Forum. You can see them in other things. And, you know, suddenly there's choices. And I honestly think it's because they've priced themselves so high. A lot of people are moving out of apartments and leaving Montpelier. And so they're going to have to, they're now competing with each other, because she's looked at already like 6 or 7, and there were never 6 or 7 before at one time. And there's more than that. She's just not, some just don't fit right off. So apartments are opening up because I think they've been priced too high, and people are going to probably either have empty apartments or they're going to have to lower their prices. But maybe it's finally hit a tipping point where apartments are just too expensive in Montpelier, and they're paying the price.
Thank you. Also, just as a note, it's nice to have you in the room. It's nice to have all of us here in the same room. Councilor Alfano, any report?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Councilor Brown?
No, I had something that was really interesting and important, and it just flew out of my brain, and I'm
I'm sure
struggling
it's
to get it
still
back.
interesting and important.
Sorry.
All right, let us know if it comes back to you. Councilor Gill, anything to add?
I will just congratulate the Montpelier High School graduates on Friday night. We will be graduating 85. Oh, how many?
I don't know. I thought you were asking the time.
So no, like 85 graduates, seniors. My daughter's graduating and Helen's son is graduating. So we will both be there at 5 o'clock Friday, sending all of our seniors from Montpelier High School on to their next journey of life. So congratulations to all the seniors for such amazing accomplishments that they've had in this great town. And I think our education system is truly one of the best. And I was at the award ceremony today, and all the children that were, I don't know, magna cum laude, all those. I mean, it was unbelievable, like how smart these children are and what access to community-based learning, flexible pathways. I feel very fortunate to have raised my kids in this town and to have gone to our schools, and just congratulations to all the seniors. So.
Thanks. Thank you. We've been doing the mayor's report at the end, but it's next on the agenda, so I guess I'll go ahead. What's that?
No.
Usually, well, that's what I'm saying is that it got, so I'll just follow the agenda as published, and then we'll go to clerks and managers report after. A quick note about July 3rd. Show of hands, I know Councilor Sheridan and I are both planning to march in the parade. Is anybody else available? Yes?
You know, my grandfather started Green Mountain Books and Prints in Lindenville 50 years ago, and it's celebrating its 50th anniversary as the oldest retail business in downtown Lindenville, and I'll be attending that on July 3rd. So I'm sorry to miss the parade.
Can you send your?
I got the banner. I'll drop it off at your house.
Can you send Sal to, not this Sal, but your son?
No, he's coming to
He's coming with
celebrate
you.
my
Okay,
grandfather.
all right. Anyone else able to join?
I knew there, yeah.
Okay, great.
I might, I'm not sure yet, but yeah.
Okay,
I'm-
anyway, I would like to encourage everyone who can join to join. I think it would be great. I think there was some discussion, and we could take it offline. It's not really a council decision, but about inviting committee or chairs to join. And there was some there were varying opinions about it. I'm in favor of the more the merrier to represent. The committees are all extensions of council, and I think that having a larger presence there to just show the engagement and the level of volunteerism that we have in town for civic service, I think would be really nice. Personal opinion. Speaking of, I got to the whole mayoring thing is a learning journey, and I got to do some of the really fun parts recently, so I'd just like to report out on those. I was part of the ribbon cutting at Marathon, which was really nice. And a couple days later, I was at the ribbon cutting at Turret House, which was really special. I'll point out there was a lot of privilege at the ribbon cutting, and it wasn't lost on me that how much responsibility goes with that. And then also we did a groundbreaking for the bike path on Berry Street, and I heard both the sentiment that, like, why are we building a bike path on Berry Street? We need parking, etc. And also a very thoughtful email from a historian about how that project, this will complete a project that is some 43 years in the making, from its inception to when this is completed. It will have taken a very long time. And while that may not be a thing to celebrate, the fact that it is being completed is something that's, so another ribbon to come in 6 to 8 weeks for that thing. And I just used those as examples to echo something that Ben was saying, which is all the things that we are trying to do. I mean, for everything we're trying to do, there's somebody in town that really appreciates it and really wants it. And for them, it's something that's very important. And then there's going to be a detractor who says, well, we really shouldn't do it, or we should do it another way. A big part of our work is to hear all of those competing priorities and then distill down what it is we are able to do at this time, and then to really champion those things, so that the positive things of those projects can be celebrated. With that, I had a bit more to say, but it's 10:45. Clerk's report.
I think I already said my piece.
Okay, thank you. Board of Abatement, everybody. Board of Abatement. Managers report.
Thank you. So I'll also just try to keep this brief. There's a bunch of really good things that I wanted to talk about, but I'm just going to skim through them now. So I'll start. I'm going to start kind of with some bad news, and then we're going to hit an upswing, and it's going to end good. Well, not all bad news, but if the rain and the lightning is any indication, we are actually currently in a flash flood warning for our area. So Walcott has received about 3 inches of rain in like a quick downburst. But the good news on that is, our public safety team has been monitoring conditions, and we will share urgent notices via the VT alert, and they'll also keep you abreast via email should anything change. If anybody noticed, I've been on my phone quite a bit. That's why during this meeting, so kind of just playing double duty here. And so I've also reached out, speaking with homelessness. I've reached out to our street outreach team to just make sure that they're in contact with people. And so vulnerable populations are being made aware of these situations. And so good news on that also is that the river projections are looking perfectly fine. The projections are well below action stage. So barring any unforeseen downbursts of rain, I guess. And there have been no washouts or standing water reported on roadways in our area. So also good news there. But the indicator we look for really is if the 60 State Street parking lot starts to see standing water, that's kind of the lowest point in the city. So that's really what we watch for, but we are on it. Also wanted to note the passing of William Hayden this week. Mayor Gwynn and I were talking about that earlier, but so he started off, Montpelier resident, started off as a zoning administrator for the city. And he was actually our city manager from 78 to 82. And so we don't often note the passing of a former city manager, but I wanted to note that here.
And we're lowering the flag to half-mast in his honor.
Yes, so that will go, we will lower it tomorrow morning, so it'll stay in effect for 1 week till next Thursday. So we will do that. And I just thought that was very kind of special to me, just being in this seat for the first time with you all. I'm just grateful for the chance to be here, support the team. Really great, I think really great discussion on the public comments and committee reports too. Wanted to echo also kind of Mark's sentiment that Montpelier is also, it's very fortunate to have a very accessible government. I think I've said that a couple different times on different occasions, but that's something that is very important to me as our communications coordinator. As we talked about, we have nearly 24 committees or nearly 24 committees around different public interest group issues, where members of the public are not only welcome to, but are actively encouraged to engage with them and share their thoughts, ideas, contribute to their discussions. And so just to kind of note that, you know, city council isn't the only way for people to share their thoughts and feelings. All of our contact information is on our website. As we noted earlier, some offices in City Hall are locked for city staff's safety, but we are always welcome to meet with folks, especially if you call ahead or give us a heads up that you're coming. We more than welcome you into our offices, and just wanted to note that for anybody that may see the sign on our door, but we're still here and we're happy to serve. Talking about, thank you, Councillor Cohn, for mentioning the ADA compliance. So I also wanted to note that coming up in April of 2027, I know it's not quite a year away, but we have new federal web content accessibility guidelines that are going to be taking effect. And so for municipalities serving 50,000 people or fewer, we have an extra year to make sure that all of our web content is up to snuff. So again, that falls squarely in my responsibility. So I've been working actively with our web development team. This is also going to coordinate or align really well with our website redesign in 2027. So it's hard to believe it's been 5 years since our last redesign. So I'm excited that we're going to really be able to work a lot of the accessibility upgrades into the redesign. So software and technology is going to be our friend for that. So more to come on that. I'm going to be putting together a very detailed packet as for information for council to consider as we potentially look at some additional software that will help us not only make what we will be doing accessible, but will then retroactively go back and look at things like PDF remediation and image alt text and things like that. So that more to come on that. And then I just mentioned that it's I really appreciate being able to be here and support Kelly in her absence, and we look forward to having her back. And I will leave it there.
Great. Thank you very much. And so with that, we are at the end of our meeting. Without objection, this meeting of City Council is adjourned.
Thank you.